appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for the President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence or still any student because of the action, it will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will call down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the University of Liberia and water in infinity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put a hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Hello, ladies
and gentlemen, welcome to our Tuesday edition of On Point on this particular platform called The Closing Argument, where everything is pointed towards fact-checking, integrity, and credibility. That's what we do, and that's what we are going to do. I know there are times that what we do ruffles some feathers, but that's what it takes. To run a platform of this magnitude, whose credibility depends on those that appear here. The research they do to back up their claims, the newspaper articles that we read, and those to whom we attribute these writings and subject matters. That's the closing argument. We bring you stories, some that you approve of, and some that you don't. Some you like and praise, and many you dislike. But we care about our reputation as long as it is balanced, even if it's not balanced, but it is based on facts, based on documented evidence. And today we are going to present several of those articles and headlines that are eye-catching. You're going to have an earful today of event trending in the Republic of Liberia. I am Jerome Gayman, your son, your brother, your father, your grandfather. Whatever it is you want to call me, I am here to present to you stories, current events, and some we will have to dig into our past, our histories. And you know, when it comes to history, sometimes we have found out that those who are winners of wars, the ruling class, they are the writers of history, and they write history in their own likeness. So sometimes we have to go and debunk some of these histories, rewrite them, make them right. If you ask me to write my own history, I would make myself a hero of the Bassa people. I would tell you that I flew an airplane out of Grand Bassa County to Sano. And when you ask me for proof, I would tell you all my evidence. Those who saw me, they have all died. So what can you do? You can't prove me wrong because, like the liar man said, either my witness is there or he live across the water, and you can't get across the water. So since now that we have technologies that can take you across the water, we can't do that. Now we blame it on the dead. So here we are, Liberia is shaking. Share the show. We have a new segment here called What is on Your Mind? So if you are within the range of my voice and you have the means to electronically engage, let us know what is on your mind. There may have been, or there may be breaking news in your neighborhoods that you find to be very interesting and newsworthy. And before our press time, we didn't have time to capture that. So if you have that, put it in the comment section, or you can call in. Also, let us know where you are calling in from, or where you are dialing in from, or where you are tuning in from, or where you are watching us from. And let let me give the guys a shout out. I see Mr. Bar here, Vinicius Jr. So I'm tuning in from Nuclear Town, the great Nuclear Town, the great borough of Nuclear Town. Some of the brightest minds in the Republic of Liberia. You got to be afraid of that place called Nuclear Town. Those people, gifted group of folks, athletically gifted, intellectually sound, undefeatable folks. Let me welcome the Honorable Chair Chipo, the Dean, the new Chair Chipo, a man who stands against the tide and say, you know what, I benefited from this system. He said, I came in as Chair Chipo and came out as Joseph J. Cheston Jr. I have gone under the water and seen what's happening there, but I have come back up. Not as Joseph J. Cheston anymore. I am now the original Chair Chipo. I went under this water to see what was happening there as Chair Chipo. I came up now. I came up again as Joseph J. Cheston. Then I went back. I came to tell the folks what I saw under the water. I think Honorable Pewee said it. If the alligator tells you, I've been under the water and there are some terrible things happening, you better believe him because he was there. Chair Chipo went under the water. He went in, he came out first as Joseph J. Cheston, went to law school and became one of the brilliant minds of our time. And then he went back and came back and said, you know what? I dropped my identity as Joseph J. Cheston. I am now the original Chair Chipo that went under. Now I know what has happened. So let me welcome Honorable Sylvester Pewee. You've been under the water.
Yeah, I went on the water, and the last time I called for Guinea told me, say, tell Joseph Boakai that the thing that Guinea got to stand strong to support the army.
If you are if you are President Joseph Yuma Boakai, or you are an advisor to the president, a man that have been under the water for a long time just came out and said, I know what's happening over there. Take care of the thing here before it get out of hand. So you have to listen to your nephew.
Yeah.
Your nephew is telling you something. People are advising you, Mr. President, that Liberia has gained international respect. We are now on the global stage. That's what they say, but the American man, the bastard man has a parable. They say no matter how high the eagle flies, he has to come down to feed. We went on this public relations campaign that we are now back on the global stage. We have been selected to the UN non-permanent member Security Council, and we were dancing. And when we came to Africa in our own domain, the AU told us that we were not worthy of sitting on the security seat of the AU. And most of us said, if I'm at the UN, what do I care about the AU? And in the Liberian parlance, they say, if your house don't sell you, the street will never buy you. So here we are. This brings us to the national security issue that's brewing in the Republic of Liberia. They say panic, according to the Liberian investigator, panic on Liberia, Guinea border, as hundreds flee Lofa community as government moves to calm down stuff, that the Guineans have come across and planted their flag on Liberian territory. For those who say we are back on the international respectability stage, I will call your attention to this. This doesn't sound right. If you are advising the president, this just doesn't look right. This thing about we are back on the global stage, our respect, we are now in high honor, it's been tested. Honorable Pewee, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's good being here this evening on this wonderful platform, and I think news filtering out of to Liberia is not a good thing to hear, and we should not. And basically, some of us that got the mind now to pivot from one area we started learning to a new field. Can't take the kind of thing lightly, particularly from the security perspective. If you were to move through recent global happenings, you see countries moving to seize territory, the war in Ukraine and other things, and what the Guineans some time ago they told the Salvadorian that even pushed the current Salvadorian president to begin to aggressively build his military. It's the same kind of a nonsense, I think, that unfolded today in Liberia by the Guinean authority coming to whatsoever. I don't know if it was done via the acquiescence of the behest of the Guinean president or government, or it was done by just group of indisciplined and very unregimented military officers. We yet to know that, but to the front of that, I think it was totally unacceptable, and it is about time that the government of Liberia be more responsible. And this president, probably most of those that have taken the presidency in recent history, don't know the word of being president, and don't understand the weight of why Article 50 says that the president will be the president, commander-in-chief, and head of government. If you are the president of a country, you don't take the military seriously, you don't want to be president. You don't want to be president if you in the country you don't want to promote the military of our country. This is dangerous time. It is kind of unfortunate. And Mr. Gayman will take some time today, and I will appeal to you so we take some significant time to discuss this.
Of course.
I was just in I have traveled between Lofa, Liberia and Guinea to Lofa. I was just on the borderline. Where my late father was buried, a town called Yela, for instance. If you went to all of our major crossing points or major installations, Mr. Gayman, it will shock you that there's no military presence. All our major installations and major crossing point. But to the contrary, you will see the Salvadorian military deployed, the Guinean military deployed, the Ivorian military deployed. No presence, to the extent that a Guinean military officer was asking me if we have military in Liberia. He knows probably we have, but they have not seen them. Sometimes the military officers from Guinea will cross with arms into Liberia, the border time. Some of them do that. So to see this kind of a thing unfolding, but yeah, this is it. The military of our country don't have no logistic whatsoever. The few small logistics they get during the training, the American government, and a very big thank you to the U.S. government. The U.S. government gives some military equipment, some few tactical. Most of those even ammunition that is now arsenal. These are antiquated material we have currently. Since the army embargo was lifted on Liberia, we have not procured one lethal forces or even non-lethal forces, brand new. We have not done no procurement whatsoever for the military. The president stated, and you see, the president is a powerful institution. If the president wants to come out and say, we will do this, the president stated just last month that they will train 600 military men and women into the military every year, beginning this year up to 2029. That will carry the military to almost 4,500 because the current capacity is 2,000. Mr. Gayman will shock you to know that there's no money in the budget for that. You want train, but you don't have money. But they prioritize bidding something that no one's using for $10 million. Nobody's using that in for you. They prioritize that. We have a finance minister that is harboring to be president. So every decision he's making is working strategically with his team to be president. So he got nothing to do with the military, nothing. We tell you, let it sit down. It's a serious thing. The airport, these are major installations we have. Most of our ports, if you went across the country, we have 2,000 men and women in our current military. Great men, well-trained men and women, well-trained, well-regimented. But there's no logistic for them. There's nothing to incentivize them. Nothing whatsoever. They reduced their budget by 2 million of the recent budget. They reduce it. You're reducing the military budget. Then, I mean, we want to just say thank you to those young men and women that did what they did today, but we ought to do it, because if you don't do this, if the Guinea or any other country notice that we're so weak, they will move on and they take some land and say they can do nothing. They don't have the institution that should protect their country in the event of any aggression. So we that studying Homeland Security is very paramount. The study of Homeland, that's the reason why they call it Homeland Security. Because all of the structure and elements that are needed in the coverage of your national security is the beginning of those kind of things. Mr. Gayman, quickly, even one of the major tools to begin the process to scare people is deterrent, right? The person. If we have military people around, I tell about we think of doing that. No, the person, but nobody here, we can come and do whatever we want to do. So, I mean, we ought to have a national conversation. I was talking to the chairman on national defense and intelligence of the Liberian Senate, Momo Saros, and he lamented. He's been talking a lot on these things. He's been pushing. He's so passionate about seeing the military move forward. But the rest of the code, and the reason why they're not pushing that thing is, again, because if they put more money in the military budget, they're not going there to get kickback, because everybody will go to the military to buy equipment. So they don't have time for that. They have time to put money in the fire service. They will go get something. They put money in this institution. Then they run after they get kicked back from. I mean, it's about time that the president, if you are indeed the real commander-in-chief of our armed forces, you will push to support the military. It's unacceptable.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome a few folks here, because this is serious and we're going to spend a lot of time on this particular subject. I'm glad our Honorable Pewee came in on time. So even though we have a talking point, we will spend a lot of time on this, because this is national security and it takes precedence over everything else. Let me welcome George K. Kehleboe. My man, you are misinformation. Our people from your studio. Okay, I think you meant to say we are giving misinformation. Kehleboe, please. The reason we love this platform, if you say we are giving misinformation, please include the correct one so we can correct ourselves. Let me go to Mr. Joseph Barker. He wants to be political. He said, what did we do when he was there for the situation? You see, he doesn't want to address the issue.
Yeah, then he makes it up. These are the dangerous sentimental elements that we need to weed up in society.
That's what
we are defeated. Why can't you fix it? My dear brother, Myean was defeated. If anything were to happen in the country today, no one would say Myean. Myean is no longer president of Liberia. It is Joseph Boakai that is president of Liberia. It is Joseph Boakai, not George Myean anymore. So
That's
we are not misinforming anybody. We're just saying the hard reality. You have army. Have you seen your army deploy any of our border points across the country?
Let him just tell you what the capacity, how many people got in the army. Let him tell you, he doesn't even know.
He won't.
Because he doesn't know.
Let me say that to you, Kerry, or whosoever. The current military we have is one of the best we have in terms of training and regimentation. Very well. And we have most of those are professional folks. Very professional. From the former chief of defense and chief of staff, Ziangan, to the current chief of staff, to the current training commandant, and the rest of that, and the current brigade commander. Structurally, they there. But the thing that is strong in the military currently, there's no load. Just do you know that we don't even have enough armor in our arsenal? Do you know we've never purchased nothing whatsoever? The few they gave us during training are what we still have. Antiquated weapon that sometimes most of those AK we have, it don't even function, they malfunction.
Do we have a helicopter to take troops from anywhere to anywhere?
You don't even have good tactical jeep, then you have helicopter. You don't.
Roland Toyi, is it good evening, folks? My name is musician Roland T. Toll. I'm a public servant of the Republic of Liberia. I'm following the show live from a battery factory community, Japan Freeway, District number 13, Monrovia County. Thank you very much, Monrovia, Monserrato County, Monrovia, Liberia. That's correct. And we got Jabi. I'm watching from Slokere, is that Slokere community back, Bernardsville. Okay. Archie George, good evening. I'm watching live from Zuluwiski, Zwedu City, Grand Junior County.
Zuluwiski.
Yeah, George Watkins, good evening, gentlemen. I am following from the headquarters of Honorable Solomon Chipo, District 13, Monserrado County. Thank you very much, guys. Let us know where you are calling in from so we can send a shout out to our folks in these areas so they know that we are serious about what we are doing. Let me welcome the firebrand. Well, that's not her name. Her name is Fanta Kamara. For those of you who are under her voice, you always get burned. So she's a firebrand, but she's as cool as the other side of the pillow. Nice and cool, quiet.
Oh, thank you.
Don't mess with her because she's going to go firebrand on you. Welcome to the show, Fanta.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. I think you placed me right there. I am cool as a cat until you mess with me, and then it's all right.
And here we have the national security. We have the national security issue, and this is one topic that is on the front pages of all the newspapers. In Liberia, investigators say panic in Liberia, Guinean border, hundreds flee Lofa County community. Front page Africa says civilian raise the Liberian flag of army and the Guinean army soldiers occupy border area. Fear forces. The Daily Observer said the Liberian citizen raised the flag against gunmen from the other country. So it's the same thing. And here it says, as the government of Liberia remains silent amid reports of Guinean soldiers entering Liberian territory, surveillance in Lofa County appear to be stepping into the demonstration of patriotism and to defend their homeland. In a widely circulated video from the border area, a group of young Liberians are seen raising the Liberian flag while singing the national anthem as armed Guinean soldiers look on. The incident purportedly occurred after Guinean troops ordered that the Liberian flag be removed and taken down and replace it with their own flag. The Guinean flag, on what resident insists is a Liberian territory, and they will disallow even while gun is pointed at their heads. The development marked the latest twist in escalating tension along the Liberian-Guinea border in Lofa County, which began after Guinean soldiers reportedly seized equipment belonging to a construction company working in the area. Fanta, I think you were here, and I have to give most of you who were far-sighted enough to say, those of you who were dancing that we got a seat on the Security Council, it was a big deal. Now we are back on the stage of respectability. The next day, the AU said that we were not qualified to even sit on our own council. And people wanted to debunk that. They said, well, the Security Council is more important. And little did we know that when the eagle flies high, it has to come down to feed. Now, this is where the rubber meets the road. Liberia cannot defend her borders. People are coming, and people, this one reminds me of Tiananmen Square, Honorable Pewee, where the young men that had no money, no army, no nothing, stood in front of a moving tank. That was an iconic photograph. I would rather be dead than to live under this tyranny. Fanta, it is getting to the point where this is pure gross disrespect. Your take?
This is exemplary of what happens when you abandon, when you deprioritize what should be prioritized, and think that showboating will sustain you as a policy. all of the foreign ministry effort thus far has been just that, showboating, have been focused on external entities instead of really strengthening security at home. When you have such an issue arise with our neighbors that we've shared border with for I don't know how many years, centuries, we can at least say, why all of a sudden will such conflict, let's put it that way, arise, right? What motivated it? And that's the part I think that we're not understanding, because it's not as if Guinea took on this effort to redraw their borders per international law or per some mandate. That's not the case. Has it been that that border has been abandoned for umpteen years and they've seen no Liberian soldiers there, and so they felt the need to put their flag there, which is wrong. I want to state that, which is wrong. But it just goes to show, for such a small country, we have not prioritized the development of our country, of our nation, to where most of it just looks like abandoned land. So anyone feels that they can come from anywhere and just take a stick and put it in the ground and say, this is my land, I've arrived, right? Christopher Columbus style. I mean, do we have some blame in this? Should we have that conversation? It's erroneous for Guinea to have done this because they know that is not their land. But in this world nowadays of where countries are completely throwing the rule of law out the window, you know, there's no longer any such thing as international law. Any country feeling they have the power and the military might can assert ownership of whatever they want. Perhaps that's what we're seeing here. Has Guinea gotten so emboldened that they feel we have French backing, and therefore whatever land we want to take from Liberia, we can definitely do that? Perhaps. You know, has Liberia abandoned that border section to where Guinea was able to do that? Perhaps as well. So I would like to hear from the foreign ministry to understand why exactly this happened and how it happened.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we carried a headline from the front pages of Liberia also. This was from our other border, Sierra Leone. And they say LGEA top officials playing with drug money. Issues at the Mana River at the border in the Sierra Leone Liberian border, where the folks from somebody was coming in from Sierra Leone with drugs and $150,000 US in cash. Instead of worrying about our border, our people, these guys were fighting over the money. Over 150, they abandoned everything that has to do with national security and were fighting over $150,000. And then next day, on the other hand, we have people, let me read this to you, Honorable, before you come in. And this is from the perspective of a Liberian investigator. It says, families abandoned home with bags, reminiscence of the war, civil war, bedding, and other belongings after armed soldiers believed to be from Guinea army crossed near the border area, raising fear of a possible territorial standoff. Schools suspended classes, market activities slowed, and an entire village began emptying as residents moved towards safer communities in the Foya and the surrounding area, abandoning the border towns bordering Guinea. Honorable, we have to spend some time on this. This is serious stuff.
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Gayman. We ought to do that, and there's a lot of things basically unfolding in that direction. But again, and that's what I said from the beginning of this, because sometimes it's good to say things and leave room for. I don't think this was sanctioned by the Guinean government. It was done by some disgruntled and a very unregimented military group of military officers that did this, because eventually when they were resisted by those civilian Liberian citizens, they did not only capitulate, but they immediately crossed the border back to Guinea. So I want to believe that this action, probably, I stand to be corrected on this one, was not actually sanctioned by the overall Guinean government. But our borders are very porous. I have done a lot of work in most of the rural area when I was with New Progressive, and at the time there's some survey with the UNDP, particularly the labor survey in 2009, 2010, thereabout. The borders are very porous, and I've spent a lot of time within the Foya Tinga, the Foya Wam, and the Foya Loam Koli, and the rest of that. That part of the border with Guinea is dense forest, very porous area. Often you don't see folks, but at the major crossing point where you see our Guinean counterpart, we have stations of some makeshift military barrack with some symbolic long-range weapon to signify that the Guineans are stationed there. So that's the basis of that. But for our side of it, since the war, I've never, ever seen the military deployed to some of these major crossing points. Now, with Guinea, we have more than the porous nature of the border. We have more than 2,000 different crossing points, if you will. More than 2,000. But here's what can happen. The major crossing points where we expect folks to be deployed. Let's say the Zozo district area, for instance. We have the Yeda crossing point as a major trade and commerce route. Trade and commerce between Guinea and Liberia. In Yeda, we only have custom officers. We don't have the military deployed. We have the Guinean military deployed on the other end of it. We have the Masanta crossing point. We have the very crossing point that the situation unfolded today is one of those local crossing points also. The Manikama crossing point is on the other end of it. So due to the power of nature, what we expect deterrence sometimes deployed to sensitive area, but we have not been doing that. But Mr. Gayman, let's go back to see the Guinean army currently. The Guinean army got the total of active men and women around between 12 to 13,000 active. That is excluding the gendarmerie, right? The gendarmerie there to interact, that is part of the paramilitary forces. That is additional 12,000 men also. Plus the 13,000 extended men in the military and all those things. And they have their Air Force. They also have Air Force. We don't have one. But what will shock you is that the budget for the military is almost 400 plus, almost $500 million. And back to us. We have an active personnel of 2,000 currently.
That's a lot.
2,000.
2,000, yeah.
2,000, yeah, active personnel. And what will shock you more, that's what our brother want to listen to, what will shock you more is the budget now is just $22 million.
And that 2,000 include janitors, secretary,
everything. And the achievement, we don't want to go to the way it used to be before, because they are not being incentivized. So you're going to see how most of them are going to get out. Because, the military, the way the military security structures are structured, in a way that you have to incentivize them to keep them going, right? And part of that package don't necessarily have to be salary, but where they live, the gadget, those materials to wear, and other things, So you need to do those things and create the morale, the logistics. So we have 2,000 men. So the president came and announced that, hey, we're going to push to train 600 every year, beginning this year to 2029. Now, the Guinean government, every year, they have something they call, the Guinean government has something they call, in the region, they have something they call annual recruitment and policy plan. So every year they got the number they will have to recruit, because you have to replace. Unfortunately, you have going to have some folks that will resign and die, right?
Retire too.
There's a policy regimentation going on there. It's across all the region. I've been researching all of the military in the region. The only country I don't have recruitment and policy plan is Liberia. And this is very pathetic. On a serious note, it is a difficult thing to say, and I'm going to say it. The only country military I don't have recruitment plan and policy plan is the military of President Joseph Yuma Boakai.
And if it's Pewee saying this, then yes, If it's coming from
yes,
from Mr. Gayman or from me, then it's about Pewee.
Case closed.
No, listen. my point here, Father, is that I love to be ready. You see, when I know about something, I love to be very clear. That's why I don't say that's the hard fight yet. And so we don't have that. So the president committed this year that we're going to, just last month, the president said, okay, 600. And per the 600, we will train this year. Unfortunately for us, there's no money in the budget to train one person. And the president announced 600. You see, this is counterproductive, and we cannot indulge into this kind of a thing as national leader. If the commander-in-chief, and that's why Article 50 of the Constitution is clear, Mr. Gayman, it says that the president is the commander-in-chief, head of government, head of state. So the reason why the framers of our constitutions leverage so much power in the president is you are the president that the country will rely on. Listen, in case of any external aggression within the bailiwick of the Republic of Liberia, who's going to repair that aggression? It's the military. So if the military would be proven to be so weak, so incapacitated, so unincentivized, these are element and reason why anyone would want to test what they did today, because they believe that we don't have one. The last time the Guinean authority came into Liberia to effect an arrest, do you know why they did that? And they compared the Liberian government to Bosch, and the government did. President Bouaka government did. Do you know why they did that? In terms of our sovereignty and the constitutional nature of our sovereignty, no country in international law got the right to get march into the next country and effect an arrest, despite if your citizens were involved into any insurrection. You don't have that proclivity to do that. That was a violation, but the government Bosch, because the country is weak, and you have a weak president that does not want to see the military capacity expand. So a lot of things we have to do. I don't want to go to Nigeria recruitment plan. I don't want to go there. They're recruiting 28,000 every year as part of the plan. And Nigeria is one of the biggest military, I think, in Africa. They got Air Force, they got the Navy, got everything in terms of, they got the Joint Chief of Staff, if you will. And for now, we have not reached the period start of our country. Before the war, when we were 3-something million people, the military was around 8,000. Imagine quickly, Mr. Gayman, let me end on this one. The military was around 8,000 when we were 3.5 million people. And the capacity of the military, we had Air Force. I think we have 3 jets. We're doing well. Our military well regimented. And most of our material came from here, the USA. Our infantry line, the arsenal, always updated every 2 years. We updated the infantry. We brought in those, and that's the time those M16 caliber machines started coming in, and we aligned it with some of the modern day type of Kalashnikov and all those things, because our arsenal was very okay and moving forward. Now we have the weakest in the region, and the underfunded. Imagine the 22 million I'm talking about is also including the Ministry of National Defense budget. So it's a very sad thing, and I think that there's a need for a national call that we pay some attention to the military. If we can build this at least 600 every year, it's not a bad thing. By 2029, we'll go to a 4,500. Because if you do 6,666 times 4, it's 24, right? Right? Plus the 2 we have, it's going to be around 4,500. Then we can keep moving to push it at least to the pre-war level. We need a capacity of at least 8,000 gallant men and women, well-trained and regimented. They can repair any potential aggression on the territorial bailiwick of the Republic. Other than that, we're in sufficient problem, and we're going to see this kind of thing unfold for a protracted period of time. And now, with the paramilitary forces, we also have a weak paramilitary forces. The police is weak. So our paramilitary forces, the police, the immigration, the DEA, and all of things, the DEA is, I mean, the security sector needs some serious reform, and we have to collectively engage as people. And the legislature pump some money there to build the security sector. Or that we headed for a serious problem. It's not a good thing.
You were talking about the paramilitary. Is there a drug seizure at Liberia's main border crossing, where Sierra Leone has triggered an internal investigation after conflicting testimony from security officers raised questions about a disappearance of $150,000 cash that was seized at the Sierra Leone border. And the crime that was committed, who committed the crime, it means it's gone by the wayside. These guys are fighting over. Can you imagine these folks are fighting over 150,000? Who knows what else is going on while they are fighting? Somebody could have deliberately just drive 150,000 while they are fighting, and everybody just going through, because this is
and then drive 150,000 and bring $50 million drops in the country.
That's correct. They are fighting. They are fighting over a few dollars here. Find out here we are. I know people don't like the young man saying here. All we do is say negative thing about this government.
That young man was very negative himself.
Yeah. So I am telling our friends, please send out the positive things that we can verify that needs national and international attention. Don't send me any propaganda. Don't send me talking point for me to broadcast. Send me something that can be factually checked. Find out this is incredible that a year ago we were here when former Justice Cabana said this, that all the newspaper reported that the Guinean commandos flew their jet into Monrovia, bulldozed through our security checkpoint, went to Monrovia City Prison, and captured the gentleman that they wanted, extricated him from our prison, took him right back to the airport, flew out of there with no resistance. And the judge said the gentleman most likely may have been executed because he was charged with sedition. This is, we talk about brazen disrespect, and they swept it under the rug, under the table, and now here we are, citizens with bare hands, nothing, holding up our flag, a reminiscence of the Jehudo Ashmore days where the British would come and plant their flag and we take it down. Can we imagine we're going back 260 years, 204 years?
Yeah. It's Mr. Kennedy and I were going back and forth earlier. Again, to understand these things, right? You have to understand that there are bigger entities at play here. No one country is going to have the audacity to barge into another country if they do not have some type of influence, if they do not feel like they rank higher, right, than that country. Like that country, that my small brother, man, whatever I want to do, like I can do that. I just have to pick up a phone and call, and therefore I'm able to do whatever with impunity. And I know we have to have this conversation, probably spend an entire hour on it, but it just feeds the point that our country, our governments are ran by secret societies. There is no way, if you're not affiliated in any type of hood, brotherhood, sisterhood, whatever like it is, that you will barge into another country risking retaliatory efforts, right? Risking that Liberia would say, absolutely not, I'm going to retaliate. Somebody called the Liberian government and said, stand down. Somebody placed that phone call. So whether we want to have that conversation or not, somebody influenced Liberia and the Liberian leadership to stand down. They received a phone call. We can have that debate at a different day. I want to further emphasize the numbers that Pewee was calling out, because I think it's really important. And for all those in the audience who think that we are constantly bashing the government, can you offer, as Mr. Gayman said, something more productive? Because if you don't have anything to offer, you are part of the problem. You are the very ones that will come around and give a t-shirt and you will go vote for them. And then the next day, you're slipper cut and you're passing around and you're begging for your children's school fee. You are part of the problem in our society. So shame on you. Those in the comment section and those Liberians who do not understand that we need transformative leadership. We need to focus and change our mentality and wake up from this slumber. We have been psychologically programmed into thinking that everything is fine. Well, it's not fine. Newsflash. And time again, we keep making these same dumb decisions. We need to change that. And we can only do that when we are awakened. So I'm calling on the Liberians who are pushing back on our commentary and our analysis, because once again, we do not operate from a place of hearsay or propaganda. We're calling facts, right? We're speaking from facts, evidence, and you are also empowered. The same way you're able to type on, like on the keyboard, that you guys are speaking negatively, go to Google and do research about the things that we are talking about, and then come back and say, hey, Mr. Gayman, like on this point, that is productive, right? Don't be a paid propagandist, please. To buttress the points that Pewee made, I think Pewee was very generous. I want to go through the numbers here. So just comparing the Guinean and Liberian army capacity for active personnel, Guinea has about 13,000 active personnel. Liberia has 2,000 active personnel. For parliamentary forces, Guinea has about 10,000. Liberia has about 5,005. I don't even know if this number is correct, but that's what the research is indicating. For total manpower, Guinea has about 23,000 total manpower. Liberia has 7,500 total manpower. As you said, it definitely includes the cook, the driver, the this, the that. It just goes to say how we prioritize when we talk about security, how we prioritize security, right? This is the actual reflection of that. And once again, Pewee was very generous because he said that Boyka made a commitment to train 600 AFL soldiers every year. It's actually 500. 500. And the Guinean military, the Guinean force is nearly 6 times larger than the Liberian force. Nearly 6 times larger. Please do your research. Go right now and do this research. I'm encouraging the audience to do that. Right? Guinea National Gendarmerie alone, the people who patrols their border, 10,000. 10,000 active gendarmerie patrols the Guinean border. How many patrols Liberian border? I don't even think mere hundreds. Look, our immigration entity is under a lot of pressure because oftentimes we only rely on them, or they're the only ones doing the heavy lifting. What is the AFL doing? We're not engaging in any type of active combat. So can they be dispersed to support the immigration in these efforts? They're receiving salary every single month. What exactly are they doing sitting in Monrovia? Can they be further deployed to the borders area and bolster the efforts of the immigration forces? Right? And when you look at the budget, let's just break it down. What was actually given to security? Once again, Pewee was very generous and he was very nice. For the national defense budget is 20 million. What is allocated to the AFL is 18.3 million. 18.3 million. What do you expect that to do for a country's national security? This is how you prioritize the security of an entire nation. $18 million. How is that logical? We're talking about before the war, we had troops of what? 8,000. Now we can't even get active like 2,000 manpower. What era are we operating in when it comes to even like the police, right? Budget 21 million. It comes to National Security Agency 22 million. Why in the world does the NFA, the NSA have 22 million and the AFL has 18 million? What is the NSA doing? What does the NSA do? Can we please invite the NSA boss? I would like to really understand what is the role of the NSA. Why do we not have 40 plus million? Why do we not have that 22 million allocated to the AFL to bolster their budget, to be empowered and bolster the effort of our immigration? What are they doing with 22 million? Right? And the immigration only has 10 million. 10 million, Mr. Gayman. You expect 10 million to secure all of Liberia's borders, while you give the NSA 22 million for what? For what? For raping and sodomizing children? Is that what we give the NSA all that money for? Let's go on. Liberia Drug Agency, 7.6 million, up to 8.5. Why? Have they eradicated Liberia of drugs? Or as you clearly just said, they're fighting over 150,000, not even understanding that that's a decoy. That was a decoy to get them to fight over that while millions of drugs enter the country through other borders that they know are not being monitored. Are all of this by design? One can only suggest that. Because it makes no sense. How is this possible? EPS has 9 million. How does immigration has 10 million and then EPS has 9 million? Why? What is EPS doing? Does Garguah needs to be protected that much and abandon the entire country? The equivalent of security for the entire country is that of the president. What type of threat is on his life that he needs just as much as the immigration needs to secure our borders? Can we please answer these questions? These are very, very valid based on their own budget. Fire security or fire services, 2.9 million. What kind of,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on fire, and it's not because of vindictiveness or because we don't care. We are on fire because we care. And like Fanta said, every subject we discuss, well researched, you can go ahead and get it. We tell you who wrote it, when it was written, and we go from there. There is nothing here that is somebody else's talking point. Let me welcome Arthur Solo. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the show. Miss Crack, thank you very much for tuning in. Listen, Liberia should not be a nation only on paper. We were here when we were embarrassed about a year ago when the president of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boyka, stood at the United Nations and pledged $8 million for women empowerment over 5 years. And people began to scratch their head. If this country's budget is $600 million, $700 million, how can they pledge $8 million? How?
No, 8 billion.
8 billion.
Excuse me. 8 billion with a B. Excuse me. How? When your budget is not even $1 billion, and you are pledging. I mean, this is what we are talking about. If people write these speeches or these lines, and the cheering squad that went with him, they were clapping, knowing that there was a blatant lie. As though the international community is so stupid that they will not check, or the Pewees of the world, the Gaymans of the world, the Fantas of the world will not check and say, you know what, we just passed our budget. Our budget is like $700 million. And we are pledging over $1 billion a year over 5 years to women empowerment. So this is where we are. We're going to table this subject matter and let by 6 o'clock, 6:30, we want to hear the views about it. For we may open the line to hear from you. But even with now that Liberia says they were boasting that they have raised the budget to $1.2 billion. And the same folks that were dancing because we were on the Security Council were also dancing that we have raised our budget. Today, on the front pages of our Liberian newspapers, it says Liberia, they house some of the finance minister and the comptroller general over persistent salary delays. For those of you who are into accounting, you got hot mail. I like what it said. You got mail. That was AOL. You just said that right. You got mail. It says the plenary of the House of Representatives has summoned Finance and Development Planning Minister Augustin Pehe Garguah and the Comptroller General to appear before lawmakers to address growing concerns over persistent delays in the payment of government salaries. The decision was taken during Tuesday's sitting, the 18th day of the sitting of the first quarter of the third section of the 56th legislature, after lawmakers expressed frustration over the impact of delays are having on the public servant and the government's own operation. According to Front Page Africa's legislative reporter at the Capitol, the director instructed the Sergeant at Arms, General Morris Gibbs, to bring the official. The official laid him by before plenary, following a concern raised by Bon County District 3 Representative Josiah Marvin Cole. Marvin Cole urged the House leadership to invite. Pewee, when I hear bring a living body.
Yeah, a living body. You don't want a dead body.
They want the living body of the finance minister and the controller. Yeah. I was there in December when the people never got paid for the holidays. Can you imagine? Christmas holidays, the end of the year, these are holidays that in America, we call it calendar event. You know when it's coming. It's not like it's small, it's snuck up on you. You know the year will end December 31st. You know Christmas comes. You know this is coming. It is there. It is not something that goes and comes. It's a calendar event. And you still couldn't even do that. Now they have to call you and they say, go tie him. Wherever he is, tie him, bring him here. Make sure he's not dead. His living body should come here. Mr. Pewee, this one, I don't know how to explain this.
Yeah,
but
you know,
Garguah was heralded as this wonder kid that was going to come and take Liberia from the abyss, and prosperity and development will come. Here we are.
I think you know, there are certain holidays that sometimes come through proclamation, right? So the president have declared proclamation declaring tomorrow, but no, these are how did I declare? I know my Christmas coming December 25th. I know this coming this day, New Year, December, January 1, and other things. But yeah, I think for Garguah to change this current narrative in terms of the current unfolding events in the country, in terms of the macro economy, they will have to. We need some new phase of technicians to be deployed. I think with this team now, almost 2 years, this September is going to be pushing him to 2 years as Minister of Finance, and there's nothing much done on his part. I'm somehow convinced that he's lost focus. He just surviving in past glory as the former finance minister. I thought his coming, he had a lot of leverage. He had the bullet puppet there at the time to do a lot of work because his experience as former budget director, his exclusively because when the budget bureau was autonomous, he was the last director of the bureau of budget. When President Salif appointed the first job they gave him, and then later on they brought him over to serve as now the Minister of Finance. When he served in that capacity for almost 4 years, after the elections in 2011, the president moved him over to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where he engaged with a lot of world leaders, meeting to foreign ministers of his counterpart level and engaging, exploring what we call at the time, and that was the beginning of Liberia shifting from our old foreign policy to a new phase of foreign policy objective, meaning economic diplomacy, partnership engagement. With that, during his reign as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, engaging and interacting with bilateral and multilateral institutions facing the economic diplomacy role, we thought that would have brought more partnership development to Liberia in terms of investment, seeking some finance granting to powerful institutions across the world to pump some money in the country. And we see what we can use as a country if we got a lot of leverage to use some collateral to bring some huge investment. The overturn of that will have changed the narrative in the country in terms of the private sector. That have way forward is failed, and I don't see or regaining the momentum. The strategy thereof is lacking, and the potentiality and the intellectual skills and the policy plan in terms of how we can push this is also now, I believe, at this moment lacking also. So we need we need to reboot the system. And to change the narrative currently in the country, we need to create jobs again. On a serious note, we need job opportunities in this country. So all of those sectors we see in the country that government is still viably trying to utilize, how can we explore and expose those institutions to major public finance sourcing offside that will move into these institutions and just revolutionize them in terms of creating more opportunities. If we were to do that, then we begin to create jobs. And then if you have to create jobs and you expand the economy in different areas, then that's the rule. Now, the major wealth creating sector in government currently, there's no vision to promote that institution. That institution is still lagging behind. The agriculture sector, that sector is the sector that would just move and create money wealth across the country. But the agriculture ministry is crying for low budgetary support. If you were to pump around probably $100 million in the agriculture sector and put into place major kind of a policy and begin to now to redirect your effort into mechanized kind of engagement, farming and other things, and you promote the lower level farmers, not the high skilled farmers, just the lower level farmers, for instance, those that still believe in the subsistence kind of a farming from hand to mouth. Allow them to be independent, grow their own food and something. Then you promote the few that will want to push at the industrial scale. You push the country into a level where we'll start producing more food to the extent we will stop the issue of importing rice to the country and a lot of other food. Then the country starts selling those things that we are creating. It creates more jobs in the country and move the country. But the syndrome we have, the dependency syndrome, that government going to do everything. This government does not have the capacity to absorb everybody. Absolutely not. We have around 65,000 civil servants. That's where the government was just going to stop. If you have to even push it more than that, and I suspect that it will be more because there are other private enterprises that the government got that they will absorb other citizenry in and other things like the Freeport and other areas. But the government won't go beyond that. Now, when the government is stranded in terms of creating opportunities for its citizens, then there's a problem. And that's where the problem is not about the sacking of the current finance minister. The lawmakers are not only disappointed that the citizenry have not been paid in keeping with equal work for equal pay. And that's not me saying this. This is the Constitution, right? Equal work for equal pay. But they are also increasingly disillusioned and disgruntled. Because the disillusionment is leading up to some of them being disgruntled. It is due to being disgruntled that they're now sacking the living body of the Minister of Finance and some of his deputies. Now, some of the lawmakers are not being paid for some time now. That's what I'm told. I stand to be corrected on this one. People say I see this, right? Some have not been paid. The representative from Bon County letter is directed at that particular area in terms of the lawmaker and now member of their constituents and the general public, the civil servant that are also facing some problems. So there where the problem is. So the government is going to struggle. So if you cannot create jobs, and most of them learning now, this further situation that is unfolding globally now is further going to compound the situation. And we say in Liberia, moke jen eat what pepper, right? Then when the water dry, what can happen?
Fish eat fish.
Exactly. So countries that are supposed to help you themselves will be strong. Yeah, our uncle, our papa here saying that he focus more on bringing gas price down.
Yeah.
You think any country now globally that is facing this kind of a major problem, even the EU gives some good budget support to our government every year. And if this thing were to persist, I want to believe that may dwindle. And if those kind of a support continue to cut off or dwindle in the most significant fashion, I'm afraid that the Liberian government is going to face some very critical hurdles very soon. And if this were to hit up to some time, because now the ripple effect is going to run through after the crisis. I suspect we may be concluding on the rough line in the next couple of weeks. But a lot of things are going to happen. Now, we're hearing now today on the news that the Iranians is trying to put mines around the Strait of Hormuz. Mm-hmm. If that's the case, it has to take a huge military logistic deployment to remove those mines. So it's going to hamper international trade. and where international trade to be hampered, then it's going to trickle down on the most poor country, and we that are very effective, we're going to receive the high weight here. So I'm afraid that we may, and I'm saying this, and I hope not. I'm saying this. I'm afraid that we may be very consistent in not paying our people for in a more regular way. I'm very afraid, and I hope things may change, but I think we need the intervention of Comrade Jesus to help us.
Who? Let me welcome Abamo the Third. He said, I'm watching from the nation's capital, Monrovia. Amadou, the Cowboy Blend. Yeah, thank you very much. It's a mystery. I agree. Ephraim Davis, he said, this is time to recruit more people to join the army to protect our country. This is serious. Let's forget about tribalism or who knows who and be wise. Ephraim,
before Father can quickly, I'm not the one that's saying, Comrade Jesus, we got the Father Minister told us to fast and pray, right?
That's right.
Now, Father, I'm helping him now, probably calling on Comrade Jesus to help us.
Ephraim, it's not about tribalism. It's not about who and who knows who. The problem there is you just don't have the money to bring in more people, because the more people you bring into the military, you have to pay them.
Yeah.
And it's not about the manpower. But Fanta, let's come back to the economics here. If you are a country, and we've been saying this from time immemorial, right? You have to be, when you call yourself an independent nation, there's more to it than just what you say from your mouth. Proclamation means absolutely nothing. We are 100% dependent nation. Every time you see Liberian people, Liberia just signed $6 million contract with the Kuwaiti funds to build this road, or the Saudi foundation to build this school, to do this. All of those places, all of these people we have been depending on, they themselves are going through some tough times. Liberia, they will spend the money in advance and then hope that when somebody comes from, from Saudi or the Kuwaiti, they will put it back and pay people. It looks like it's having it's backbiting, it's blowing back. The money is not coming in. It will not be coming in because these people have to take care of home base first. So now Liberia is stuck. They are not paying, and the legislative body can scream all they want. They know what time it is. This thing is going to get ugly before it gets better. It's terrible, Fanta.
Where do I begin?
begin
yeah.
with a cockroach.
I don't think frankly terrible is the word. And unfortunately, things like this have to happen to force necessary awakening. You can be talking or saying this via whatever mediums, whether it's your social media, you make a post and people are like, oh, she's crazy. But then when the rubber meets the road, they understand what you are referencing months, if not years back. With a country such as Liberia that is so fragile, any conflict, any destabilization to any of its partners will completely have significant impact on its economy, and then definitely trickling down to the people. And we know at the end of the day, as I just mentioned, the same amount that they allocate to protect the country is the same amount they allocate to their personal households. So we know what's going to have priorities. The little funds that are available are going to be centered or distributed at the top, and the people are going to be left to fend for themselves. This war is one that has truly, I think, shocked the world for a very long time. Israel, Netanyahu specifically, has been pushing for this Iran war. He has this thing where every now and then he comes to the US politicians, the Senate, the House, and he says, you know what? If only we got rid of Iran, or if only we got rid of Iraq, we would not have any more problems in the Middle East. And they're all like, okay, let's go bomb Iraq. They go to bomb Iraq, kill 1 million plus people. And a couple of years later, he comes back. You know what? If only we go to war with Libya, you would not have any problems in the Middle East. Go to Libya, kill Gaddafi, who was doing phenomenally well for Africa, investing in Africa like no other country has, not even like the US has. I've traveled Africa extensively, and there is not a place where I've gone, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. There's not a place where I've gone where I've not seen with my own 2 eyes an investment from Gaddafi. I mean, heck, even in Liberia, he was going to do the Dopoh Palace, was he not? Amongst other investments that he was going to make. And so you have this little devil. That's what he truly is. This little devil who has collected blackmail on every major politician in the world, and therefore he gets them to do his bidding, and has been terrorizing the US and the US politicians for nearly 40 years, right? Doing his bidding. You know what? Let's go bomb Lebanon. I think if we get rid of Lebanon, we're going to see this happen. You bomb Lebanon, you kill hundreds of thousands of people, and your quote unquote problem is still not solved. You know what? I'm not satisfied. Let's go bomb Syria. I want Syria. You go bomb Syria. What comes out of it? There's been what? How many wars in the last decade because of Netanyahu? Because of his unsatisfactory thirst for blood. And now here we are in war with Iran. What they did not plan for was how much Iran had been planning for their attack. They underestimated Iran's power to sustain, Iran's ability to sustain, Iran's ability to cause the level of damage that it has caused in such a short period. And so they thought this was going to be like Iraq. They thought this was going to be like Libya. They thought this was going to be like Syria. They thought this was going to be like Lebanon. They thought this was going to be like Somalia. And so on and so forth. And then you have the Arab leaders who are, I don't know, who are frankly out of their minds to think that the great United States is going to protect them when they support them in their war with Iran. But Iran has certainly surprised all of them. And now they're all panicking. And who suffers? The trickle-down effect is countries like Liberia, who are reliant and dependent on said countries for their survival, for their sustenance. And it's disgraceful, to say the least. We're a country of less than 6 million people. These countries have millions of people. Less than 6 million people, right? We generate billions of dollars in the extractive industry every single year. Yet we cannot feed ourselves. We cannot clothe ourselves. We cannot house ourselves. Heck, we don't even have road to navigate. Like, what are we doing? So it's such a sad space to be in geopolitically, and understand the chess that has been played for such a long time and seeing it come to fruition. And the people who Liberia has depended on for their survival are panicking, including the great United States. Trump is panicking right now because he thought Iran was going to be like Venezuela. How he kidnapped Maduro and is currently stealing Venezuelan oil, how they stole Iraq gold and Iraq oil. They thought they were going to do the same thing to Iran. So when you look at all of the promises that have been made, the 150 million, I think that was what it was. I was just looking at it. The 125 million they just donated for, or the health deal that was just signed, 125 million for 5 years. You think if this war goes on for like another weeks, month, year, Liberia is going to see that money? They're not going to see that money. And that's a direct example of that. Right? The fact that with the war in Ukraine, Africa, we didn't realize, most people didn't realize that Africa relied on Ukraine for grains. We have all this arable land in Africa. Why we would not grow our own grains? Maize, corn, rice. We relied heavily on Ukraine for rice and grain imports. War hit Ukraine, and Africa saw the impact of that immediately. What do you think is going to happen to Liberia? I'm just sorry for the poor people, but they themselves too, like, don't. It's like they themselves too are like Fakao, like they're like Kehleboe. Like, I don't understand. You continue to support people who don't clearly have your interest. When are you going to wake up? So all of us need to start getting very, very real and understand that Iran will outlast anyone going against it. It's because it is tactical. It has planned for this. It has been expecting this for a very long time. It is not going to come to the table. It's not going to surrender. So Liberia better get its act together, because its partners are going to be very much in a sticky situation.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Share the show. We're reading your comments. We just got a press release here from the executive mansion. I'm going to read part of. Hopefully it addresses the tension at the border. It says that the cabinet of the Republic of Liberia convened on Tuesday, today, March the 10th, in the Tea House at the executive mansion under chairmanship His Excellency Joseph Yumabwaka Sr., to continue deliberations on the implementation of the arrest agenda for inclusive development following the adjournment of the March 7 meeting. In his opening remark, the president welcomed the cabinet members. What is this? The cabinet then received updates on remaining pillars of the AAID: governance and anti-corruption, environmental sustainability, and human capacity development. Well, this is this communique basically says nothing about the situation in the Republic as we speak. It didn't say anything about the situation at the border. It didn't say anything about the economy. It didn't say anything about addressing the pay issue. This is another talking point is sent to us. It has absolutely nothing to do, because here we are. How could this be a major press release when it begins with the cabinet met in the tea room under the leadership of His Excellency? We know that when there's a cabinet meeting, the president chairs that. So why you got to inform us that His Excellency was chairing this meeting and they were giving update? This is a talking point. That's fine. We got it. But let's go to the issue here. We'll table this. We'll come back to that. But let's go to the Ombudsman, Chairman Finlay Kanga, resigned amid extortion allegation. Councillor Finlay Kanga, Chairman of the Liberia Office of the Ombudsman, has resigned from his position following a damning investigative report recommending his dismissal and criminal prosecution for allegedly extorting money from his special assistants. Kanga's resignation comes after an independent investigation panel concluded that he clandestinely extorted more than $2,000 from his special assistant, Mr. Francis K. Cooper, over a 4-month period. In a formal report transmitted to President Joseph Yumabwaka on February 12, 2026, the panel described the alleged conduct as a gross violation of Liberia National Code of Conduct. The report, signed by Commissioner Emonia Martin, Lamia Kpogoy, along with Dr. Aaron Weir of the Duker Institute for Social and Economic Research. He got salary kickback scheme. According to the investigative finding, Kanga allegedly demanded 50% of Cooper's monthly salary, $500, between April and July 2025. Investigators say Cooper was also required to provide $30 to $35 monthly for phone scratch cards that were assigned to him. The panel concluded that over the 4 months, Cooper paid approximately $2,130 to Kanga, either directly or through an intermediary. Investigators said the payment placed significant financial hardship on Cooper and were made under duress, linked to his continued employment. Secret reporting and digital evidence availed. A leaked copy of the investigative report obtained by Front Page Africa states that the allegations were purported and supported by secret audio recording, text messages, mobile money transfer record, and sworn testimonies by 6 staff members within the Ombudsman office. I hope their name is not a bastard, man. Because the joke has always been about some people that stealing people's team business. Why would you hire someone under the pretext that they will give you 50% of their salary for X amount of months? Even scratch card that was assigned or prescribed to this person has to be paid back to you. This is unbelievable. Honorable Pewee, what is wrong in that country? This is you know, for those of you who are there think that we are just pessimists, how can the man who is in charge of ethics in the country, ombudsman, this man, is holding everybody responsible for ethics, and he's stealing from his own people? I mean, straight mafia. So this guy, how in the world is it possible that Finlay Kanga will extort 50% of somebody's salary? 50%.
Yeah.
Ali Bara used to say he can't go to a country that the leaders scheme 20% of the time. This man making 50%.
You know, when you come from under the water, you can't tell it. The man keep under the water, he told the pussy, let's do things straight. He said, no, the man said, myself, I will join you. You know, I think he got frustrated. He should be the integrity czar, right? The integrity czar going, the man told Amos to the FPRC, you got to lead, the party. The man said, no. The man said, but then myself, I will join you to follow.
I will join you, man. This is true.
Yeah, but on a more serious note, I think that's part of the reason we're in, and I'm informed. I think William Matthew going to be the officer in charge. I'm going to be the acting ombudsman, because we have Lame Pagwa and Matthew, Commissioner Matthew, and other things. So now that he resigned, there's a demand to acknowledge receipt of the. I just talking to someone close to the executive mansion. The president already acknowledged his resignation, accepted the resignation. But I'm told from executive mansion insider that he was pressed to resign because of the report, the nature of the report, because the report was signed by his Cumbrian commissioners and the rest of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that is very unacceptable what he did. You're gonna move to extort money from your subordinate because you hired a man, and here's what, and that's one of the things. It's been unfolding for a protracted period of time in the Liberian, particularly in the legislature. They will hire you and say to you, okay, your pay is this, but you're going to be getting this. And you report some to some of the lawmakers. There was a time we exposed a lot of lawmakers, I can recall, in the early 2000, the 2010, 2012, 13, we exposed some lawmakers that their office staff confided in us. So it's true, Mr. Gayman, people employ folks in the country because it's so difficult there. They will tell you, say, okay, if your pay is $500 every month, when you pay, bring $150 or $200. I mean, it's just a sad thing. And Mr. Kanga himself, Councillor Kanga, you are a lawyer. You are the head of institution. You make far than the young man. Far. Why extort money from him? Because if the man refused to cooperate with him, the next thing he would get the man letter of dismissal. A message, plenty people outside that want a job. You don't want to agree, then you go. And I mean, this is just unacceptable. And we have to change this. And that's one of the reason why at the end of the day, they brought the whole direct deposit system in the country. Because it has persisted in the bureau for a very long time. The time was even payroll when you have, how do you call it? I think I call it Pay master, oh, leave it. When the pay master can pay, you go and make out take one for every pay.
Yeah.
So the change said no, people said no, we got to stop this thing. Let's do direct deposit. And even with the direct deposits, some are still threatening them to bring the money. Or that you don't have a job. You don't have a job. Yes, he resigned and other thing. I will hope the president will appoint. For me, I will hope the president will appoint Lami Pagwa. He's someone of very high quality of level of integrity. Lami would do far better. But again, if Lami were to go there, probably they won't listen to most of his recommendations. But Lami came from the civil society perspective. He will do far better there. I don't know the lady very well, but Lami is someone that I can vouch for. I would hope deal with, but I left with the president to appoint. But yes, it was unfortunate that Mr. Kanga will have to do that. Councillor Kanga, you're asking for. I mean, it's an environment to the Basel people. Somehow, so you see,
you not touch your nerves. The Basel people not start writing. Mr. Bayu say, Brother Jerome Gayman, Basel people are not known for stealing. We are known for selling land.
Yeah. but listen now. But I'm spelled that offer that the man with the land that you are selling portion of it.
I will not accept that attack on my Basel.
On this one, I don't get much to say on the show.
Yeah, we don't just sell the land, but we sell the land to multiple people.
Yeah. But on this one, I don't have very much to say, but it's unfortunate. I think moving forward, because that's a very powerful office.
Of course,
the office of the ombudsman is the gatekeeper to see the ethics. Every ethical proceeding in the country, in terms of the whole big debate about the code of conduct, it is that office. But the men do not report. Everybody, the men report the chairman of the Unity Party. The president said nothing. The men report Amos to a president said nothing. The man said, "Myself will join the team." So the men join. So nothing I gotta say. The men join.
Other you tell me now something good going on under the water here. I gotta join the water.
So
is it Cowboy Ben say my name is Kehleboe Gongloe, watching from Mr. Sylvester Pewee compound, FDA Loma Town. Thanks for the show. Oh, Loma Town. You see, the Basel people not get their own thing. Everything not Loma. No, where is Loma Town?
No, so it's a reserve community. They call it a New Jerusalem community. You know, deep behind the
National Reserve.
The so big, but
that's all.
No, but look at it. But Father, look at the New Jerusalem.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
New Jerusalem.
The promised land. The promised land.
Yeah. So the guys are basically frustrated. I mean, Councillor Kanga got frustrated. I want to believe, but that does not give him any room, no whatsoever, to have reduced himself to that level. How much the money? I mean, sorry, what? How much you getting the man?
1,000, and he won 50%.
Okay, $500. Wow. They agree $500. I will take care of your small thing also. Go buy beer and other things. Why you want to spoil your name for that? And if you match his salary, that guy, I believe, I don't know.
No, I think someone said his salary was like $6,500.
That's what they were going.
He's gonna lose that for $500.
And the $6,500, he's gonna be the one to manage, because he's the head of institution. You manage operation fund. You get gasoline, you get vehicle and other things. He's going to be struggling to be. You're going to be struggling to be loyal, to be swinging, and now your client is will be afraid for you eat client money.
Of course, if he had not been doing it, Fanta. When I was in grad school, I met a gentleman who was from the Presbyterian Church. He said, Jerome, when they tell you that I am a Muslim, run. When they tell you I am a Christian, run farther than you can run. He says, because that is what they do. When they put their faith, their church, their society, when they put it up front, run from these folks. Mm-hmm. This is a man who called himself a lawyer and an ethical person. Run. So you go to Liberia, when they tell you, do you know who I am? Run. If they tell you I'm a director, run. Minister, run. No. Because someone that's supposed to bring ethics. Sometimes, listen, some people who are very ethical will say, you know what? This job, I can't do it because I just don't want to get paid. If I can't make an impact, let me just go practice my law. But I can't join you to rip people off. I can't join you to do harm to other folks in the name of being the ethical chief. I will just leave it and go do my job and make a living anyway. And this is the problem we are having in Liberia. We're going to go to another friend of mine. After we're done with this, Chief Iman Cry, respond to critics for accepting rice from President Joseph Boakai. Can you imagine? This is what we are talking about. People using their offices. If you know that this thing is going to bring disrepute to your society, to your tribe, mostly to your church or to your mosque, and you sit there and you take it, much less somebody put you, they know you are a pedophile. And the joy you have always wanted was where children are, so you can have a feast. And the president didn't do due diligence, they didn't do background check and made you chair of ethics. And then you fall flat on your face. This is not on Kanga. This is on whoever appointed him. That you didn't know who this man was. You want to tell me all his career, you check and you didn't find anything that will give you some inclination that this man is not straight. And now he has been abusing his employees. And who knows, one of them decided to stand up. Who knows how many more 500 he was taking?
Yeah.
Fanta, I don't know what to say. I may be negative, but this one, I mean, I've been vindicated every time these stories come out.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think we cannot state this enough. You are an upstanding person, and as it relates to TCA, you know, what you relate, you always encourage, right? Like you always operate from a place of integrity, and that's very, very commendable. And that's why I made the comment earlier to the people in the comment section, really pushing back and saying we're always pessimistic and we're always coming down on the government. Give us something positive to talk about. You know, give us something that we can be optimistic about.
How do you defend this? I mean, how do you defend poor people making $1,000 a month, and you taking you're taking $500, 50% plus $35 for his phone call that the scratch card that the government gave him.
So this is what I was also saying yesterday about the LACC and the justice system, about their selective applications, because you have these entities who are responsible for investigating such people and bringing them to task. Instead, what do? They pick on their political opponents. They rarely hold themselves accountable. And so what do you expect the next man to do? I mean, no one should be subjected to stealing, lying for the sake of a few dollars, right? We should, as a society, be able to uphold higher moral standards. Our moral threshold should be a lot higher than what it currently is. Unfortunately, when you see leaders navigating in such a boisterous manner, it makes you question yourself. Am I the only one who's not falling in line? And so am I abnormal? They have normalized just acts of disgrace, and in a society that you heavily frown upon it. So then you're questioning your abnormality. And I want to commend all those out there who, no matter what situation they find themselves in, they still hold the line to their principles. They still uphold their moral integrity, because at the end of the day, selling your soul to the devil, it's not going to reap any type of benefits that you think will be beneficial to you in this life or the next. And the fact that our leaders have normalized this, especially like the president, right? How can you just accept hearing such a story and allegation? It's not enough to just accept a resignation. This man, if the allegations are accurate, he should be prosecuted. He should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Now, is he going to subject himself to prosecution? Or he's also going to push back and say, look, this person has not been prosecuted and did this, and they also were engaged in XYZ. As you earlier said, he had been producing reports of members of this administration who were also found in violation in very corrupt activities, and nothing was done about it. So what do you expect to happen to him? Most importantly, what does he expect? What type of ramifications? What type of what type of penalties, right, he expects will be applied to him? Absolutely none. Absolutely none. Because he's seen it. He knows the people who are in the game, and he has blown the whistle more than enough times, and nothing has been done about it. So this is just another saga in the Joseph Boakai corrupt administration discourse. So nothing new. It is, it frankly continues to be, I think disheartening is not even the word, because it's truly despicable. That's what it is, you know, and it's sad for the country. It's very sad.
Let me welcome Emmanuel Bro from Minnesota. He said, good evening, the closing argument. I'm watching from Minneapolis, Minnesota, USA on this Tuesday, March 10th. Welcome, Emmanuel, for joining the conversation. You know, usually, even when I'm on Facebook, when I'm in a different chat room, don't just come and tell me that I'm lying or what I'm saying is not factual. For you to say that I'm not presenting the facts, that means you have a counterfact. You have something that you can replace mine with. Mm-hmm. But you can't just come out and say, you are lying, you want to make the government look bad. No, that's not how we argue. If you went to a good school and you did something called argumentation or debate, there are two things that will teach you. They say whenever you are lacking evidence, and you are losing the debate, you pivot to personality. Leave the subject alone and just start talking, man, you ugly. Look at your nose so big. You bastard, man. That's what, when you lack the intelligence and you are not well prepared, mm-hmm. to engage with fact, counter my fact with your fact, and let her do fact checking. Mm-hmm. So this is what we are talking about when you are on our thread and you are a unity partisan or a sedition or a CNCmer, and we are discussing the issue and it pains you. And you just come out here and say, oh, you guys are liars, you want to make the government look bad, but you have nothing. Listen, we are smarter than you. We are more brilliant than you. We've been there, we've done that. We're not going to allow you to pivot, to change the topic. Like Mark Twain used to say, he said, do not attempt to get in the pool with a pig, because that's his domain. He will drag you into the mud. When you all get out, they won't even tell the difference who is the pig. Mm-hmm. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome. You are a statesman. You are not a pig. You are all right. You are not corrupt like those guys that when you go down there to get something done, even those who say Mr. Kanga, Councillor Kanga was a great man. He wrestled with the pig. He went down into the mud. And when he got out, we couldn't tell who the bad guy. The guy who accepted the job to pay 50% of his pay in kickback.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, when the fool choked him, then he wanted to go now to go blow the whistle. Is he the bad man or the guy who hired him in an attempt to get money back? So between these two people, I don't know who should bear the blame. But because in some countries, in some states, if this happens, both of you are involved into some kind of crime.
Yeah.
Because you are in cahoots with the illegal person, maybe you shouldn't have even gotten the job in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But because you agree to give 50% of your salary to this person, so they pass over qualified candidates to bring you in. Dr. Peabody, this one here, I'm going to go to my free time to you. This one past Mark. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. It's so good to see you. Good to see you, Afanta. Good to see you guys. I've been following you guys, and just talking about the government, the salaries, and the Guinean border, and all of that. You know, there's a lot of inconsistency in Liberia. The government is inconsistent, corrupt to the core. I listened to Fanta when she talked about the NSA budget. What are they doing with $20 million? You know, I found that I was
22
million. I was running when you said that, and I thought I was talking. I started talking, but I thought I was on the show. You know? And I said, you know what, Fanta?
You're talking to yourself, right?
And I wanted to tell you, I said most of that $22 million that their own money they put there and do it to NSA to get the kickback. They're not ready to go in the NSA. A lot of the top government ministry or government official put that money through NSA to get it back and get it back to put in their pocket. That way ain't going to no security. That's just another way of getting money. And NSA being used now as the means of transferring money, stolen money.
Laundering money. Like laundering money. That's what it is.
That's what they use NSA for. But it's a lot going on in Liberia. There's a lot going on with that border. And then they even got money to pay the people. I thought they said that they raised how many budget is to give it? I bet they
$1.2 billion and that man they call Joseph Jala, whatever his name is, Dopoh Jala. That man from LRH has no shame when he said we have a surplus.
Yeah.
Government has a surplus. Let me welcome Victor Nagbe. Victor Nagbe, listen, I don't want to pick on you, but it looks like you know everybody in Liberia and everybody that you know in trouble, like Councillor Philly Kanga. Then you and him go to Torgbean High School
I thought that was your buddy who and you hung out together, in Florida.
Yeah.
I don't know Council Finley. I think I've seen maybe 2 or 3 times in my entire life.
Oh, so you see, you got some connection. I didn't see him.
There's something there.
Well, how you guys
you know a lot of famous people. This guy just got famous.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So honestly, I'm just perusing the chat room, and I just seen the story that he actually quit. If you mean the ombudsman,
yeah,
I think that doesn't come as too much of a surprise. I think there are being allegations of him being compromised. I mean, I don't know the details, so I will leave it to you guys. But I know that he has struggled to find his voice. I mean, ever since back in November of I think 2024, he gave an ultimatum. In fact, in October, an ultimatum to party officials serving in government, notably the Secretary General of the ruling party, Amos Tuwe, who is at LPRC, the chairman of the party, who is at NPA, I think he gave them up to November 5th, as I recall, to either choose to serve the party or to serve government. I understand they challenged him. I've never heard again what happened to that case. So, I mean, there are several other high profile cases that I think he kind of fumbled or he kind of lost his voice on. So, I haven't read the details of the allegations of him being compromised. I understand the charges of corruption that have been levied against him. So, I will leave it to you guys and listen to the details that you have. Like I said, I'm just reading up. I'm trying to get caught up. So, it's good to be here with you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Let me work. Let me work. I know, Tomalin George, today is a tough day to be on this show. It is my brother Philip Kanga. The topics that we have discussed, the main one here, and Honorable Tomalin, you posted a photo.
So wait a minute. So he's your brother now, right? I just want to make sure.
In fact, not only brother, but I promise next month on a Friday, I'm going to come here and wear my red suit. I'm coming here to actually celebrate the Mighty Barrow. Red. I will be in red from top to head. Mighty Barrow. But in the meantime, Tomalin George, you posted a photograph.
Yeah.
Of, I think maybe 1822 or 1821, when the British attempted to plant their flag on the shores of the Republic of Liberia. And that became a major historical issue. And I'm saying this to say what happened today in Guinea, at our border, where in the presence of armed men, the Liberians, ordinary Liberians, had the wherewithal to say, we will raise our flag against all odds. You can kill us. Mm-hmm. Powerful, powerful, powerful image. Chief, what's happening at the border deserves not just talking, but action from each and every one of us. We have to say kudos to those Liberians that stood up.
Yeah.
With guns to their heads and say, this is our flag, this is our territory, and we will defend it.
Wait. Sorry, 1 second, Mr. Gayman. Like we have to upgrade like our technology. Can we actually share a screen of the photo of the actual photo?
Yes.
We are sharing.
I think Tomalin or Dr. Peabody, for those of you who have access to,
yes.
Can you please post, if Myean, if you are watching, please post that photograph from the border with the Liberian raising the flag, and not only raise their hands, and we're singing the Liberian national anthem.
Myean is on sick bed now. Let's not forget.
Oh, okay. So if any of you guys can do this, but yes, let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show. It's Johnny. Is your phone on?
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you very much for coming on. We are talking some serious issues about, especially what's actually happening at the border there, where the Liberians raise the Liberian flag. If you have the photograph, please put it, share on the screen. You can see it on my phone. The Liberians standing, attentive, attention. Their hand raised, singing the Liberian national anthem and raising the flag. Mm-hmm. In the presence of guns from the Guinean army.
Yeah.
These are folks with their bare hands, willing to die for a nation that have abandoned them. I said it deliberately because there were no army, there were no police, there were no soldiers, and this has been happening for a couple of days. We discussed it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to put Honorable Tomalin George on the line. I had to put him on the spot. He told me, said, Mr. Gayman, it's under control. We got this under control. Honorable George, you say you had this under control yesterday. What's happening?
First of all, let me say it's good to be back on the show, man. Today the Liberian in Foya, when they reminded me about the words in our national anthem, we will overall prevail with heart and hand. Our country's cause defending. We'll meet the foe with valor unpretending. Yes, and they show that they march into Foya, and they show that they really meant what they said. We'll meet the foe with valor unpretending, and they stood their ground, and we say they resisted the encroachment on our territory, Liberia's territorial integrity that came to light. But I just got a message, somebody sent me that the situation is calm. Apparently, President Bouaka and President of Guinea may have spoken, and a delegation will be sent to Guinea, I think, to ensure that the calmness is secure.
Is that official or you speculating?
I see from the Deputy Speaker page he posted. So the Deputy Speaker, I know they had a meeting today. They speak the leadership of the legislature and the president, all the meeting today. So perhaps he's speaking from a position of authority to say that the President Bouaka and the President of Guinea have spoken. And
because if that was the case, the executive marshal will have done a release to that.
Well,
I can assure you
that
a
different branch of government. So they're not arguing about that. The different branch of government.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying the executive marshal, the deputy speaker,
the man, the deputy speaker, if on legislature he put it, he had a marshal again order to do it. That different branch of government.
No, you can't say the president spoke with the president didn't announce it. That's he said that was wrong, and I don't think it's true.
Well, that the speaker that voted the deputy speaker. He from a different branch of government.
They don't speak for the executive marshal. No,
he does not work for the president. Yeah, he's from a different branch of government, so he's speaking from that branch.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that the reality there. So until he can clarify it, I take what he said.
But Chief Tomalin, let me ask you as we continue now, and thanks for the briefing, but. A matter of this nature. I mean, this deputy speaker is far removed.
I mean, just bureaucracy. That is wrong. It's outside the line.
But I'm just
the president.
I'm just
not happening nowhere.
The president of government met. The legislature and executive met. So if the speaker, that is they put up on the press release up. If on the executive branch, the president, if on a different branch. So I mean, that's how they want to run the government. That's how they do it. So.
Government, so it's so uncoordinated. I
agree.
Yeah.
As they managed to come up with an official statement, but if the speaker is putting it on, he coming out to put it up. So he come with different branch of government for the fact that they all met today.
Again, thank you for the brief. But I would have imagined by now, the foreign ministry would have summoned the ambassador here from Conakry near Monrovia, and it released. I don't know. Maybe they are consolidating the government.
How it should be, Mr. Language, how it should be.
Well, somebody from the executive mansion should have come up to give an official position on the Liberian government.
Exactly. Fofana could have probably said something about
the fact
this.
That the leadership met with the press, they all met, and they should all come up. They should come up with one statement about he come on his page to say,
right.
So. But I mean, for me, I'm not in the government, so I just say.
Well, let me come to Tomalin's defense here a little bit. Tomalin he's just the messenger. You know, don't blame the messenger. He's just reading what's on the deputy deputy speaker, and what we are saying here. If the speaker himself, the speaker proper, can't speak. And the deputy got to speak. What we said, what happened in Ghana, right? This we will be talking about. Why would the police director from Liberia go meet with the police director in Guinea? We talk about it and they elevated it to the ambassadorial level. Here we are. This one is even where that one was again. It was a crime against one Liberian citizen. This one is a crime against the state, the entire state.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And this is serious, Jerome, because apparently these people brought the flag.
Yeah, they took down our flag and put their flag up.
Put a marker on our land. I mean, this is invasion.
So now he's saying that they now that's what I say. The government of Liberia should come up with an official position. But if they start speaking from different channel, we just as the Senate will report it. We'll talk about what they say. Yeah, we have to this. So if they
what you're saying it is the deputy speaker that said it.
Yes, he wrote it. He
someone, I come in because I'm getting different feedback. Someone quoting the deputy speaker, or he wrote that.
Pewee, I really want the deputy speaker page.
No. You see, we have to be mindful of how we do something. Reading for his page. Reading for his page does not mean.
Don't checkmate me.
I'm not checkmating you. I just want the real story, woman. Listen, reading for his page or somebody talking.
Nobody. I work for the poor government.
The deputy speaker, someone from his office saying he didn't post anything.
Oh well,
someone talking. Somebody says someone talking. He didn't post it.
They didn't clarify it.
No, but it's not a post on his stack. They're talking.
I see for a page, you know that.
No, so the talking, the talking on the page.
I look at the map page. I look at the map talk.
There's a page. How the person sent me and they said talking. He didn't put anything on the page.
I thought the direct pick up here. I find a page. I'm looking at. So let me clarify it.
Somebody start that in man. But that's why the talking. He didn't post. The talking.
I stand my statement. You know that. No problem. I stand by what I said.
I don't say you shouldn't stand by, but that's get of the real information.
No, I'll give my statement. Say why I said why I'm a team.
He was stuck.
I will not check me. Pewee check me before I do not. I will not go without Rob.
No, I'm not checking me. I have the correct information. Do you want to say we misinform them? Why if they come out and say what we say is not true?
Up to them, let them clarify. They don't talk. So we talk. What we see, we're talking.
Okay. What you see talking for me? Okay.
I think
it's okay.
Like I said, we got a point. We don't want to blame the messenger.
Don't do that to me.
Drink cold water. I just kept helping you, right? Drink water. I just trying to help you. Drink water.
The Liberians stood up for the territory.
So don't say the man said I just helping you.
Have you seen the statement?
Tomalin George, what do you think is going on at the border there? Because I mean, yesterday, not only nobody said anything about the returning of the equipment that was seized by these folks. That is theft. They just can't talk to folks. Our private company that are doing business in Liberia, their investment, their equipment were taken. And the government have not spoken to it. All they told us yesterday was that everything is under control, is calm. Only the next day to find out that the people have elevated their aggression. Not only are they taking our equipment, but they have gone and taken down our flag and raised their flag. What do you think should be the remedy?
Mr. Gayman, yesterday, the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Chief of Staff of the Army, the Director of Passport, they all went there, right? They met with the Ghanaian people, right? And they came out, and the minister came out and said everything was under control, but it escalated after that. So it went to the point where today the executive branch, led by the president, and legislative branch, they decided to meet, had an emergency meeting at the president's house, I think, and they discussed the issue. But you would think that after the meeting, you would have come up with an official statement on it, either from the National Security Council or somewhere, but you have not heard it. So people, very outlets will report what is seen. That's why it's always good for our government to be clear and be transparent and speak out. But there's a government who you hardly find the officials making statements to come out to talk. They always try to shy away. They want to do it through their own medium. So if you do that, whatever the reporters get, they will always speak and say out. They always say it. They will speak out. So for the fact that we're hearing that the situation is calm, we're waiting to find out. We're trying to find out from the Information Ministry, the Foreign Ministry, and so hear from them what they're saying, what the government official position. So for now, we're just going to report what we see, what we get. We're not going to. So until they can come up with official statement, I think that's what we're looking for. But I think what happened at the border I don't know, but I don't think it was that serious to the extent where they would have been involved in people exchanging, maybe down to a conflict of armed conflict or something of that nature. I think it was because had it been so, would I hear that they would hear that there was some armed exchange of fire or so would have happened. But for the fact that it didn't reach to that level, I think we should be thankful to God that it didn't reach to that level where the bodies were exchanged, two sides would exchange firearms or so. So for the fact that we're hearing that it's calm, we pray that it's calm and let us see what happens from there. But I think.
But Mr. Gayman, what I said here yesterday was they need to resolve it diplomatically. That's what I said yesterday. That's the only way they can resolve that issue diplomatically. I mean, because we can't fight Guinea. It's impossible to fight Guinea. That's very impossible to fight Guinea. We cannot. So the best solution here is diplomatic resolution. Once you do it diplomatically, I think it'll be fine. But in terms of, say, we forcing our strength there and blocking Guinea, so yeah, that would be a serious stuff. So the best we can do, and I said it yesterday, they have to be engaged on a diplomatic, on diplomacy, like Sylvester would say. They need to do some backdoor diplomacy in resolving that issue.
Johnny, welcome to the show. I know it looked like you lost power.
Yeah, so Mr. Gayman, thank you. I mean, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So yeah, so I mean, I just wanted to, I don't know what I'm going to say have been said before, but this whole issue of the Makuna River being used by Liberians and Guineans, it has a long history, and it's one of the major sources of mining sand to do construction work around that region. And from what I gathered from when I started hearing these things, I have a lot of people in that place I've been talking to across from as far as, Vonjama coming down to Kolahu region and hitting down to Foya. Because everywhere is as close as Vonjama around the Laura Zoo area behind the quarter place. Was mind is saying like the ordinary way issue of what I gathered from some of the people now spoken with around the Foya area is that there's a company that people assume is owned by Representative Thomas Farrak, Deputy Speaker, that is doing the mining of the sand for the construction of several buildings and even talking about the road construction that will be built between Menakoma, Menakoma, the border with Sierra Leone, to Vonjama. And the mining process has taken a mechanized process. So they have this huge dredge machine that is pulling the sand from in the river. So that's the concern that was raised by the Guineans, along the border, that this source of, this type of mining of sand is critical. We need to know why is this about. So recently, our Minister of Internal Affairs went there. They had this conversation back and forth, and the argument from the Guineans was that they will not do any money until our ministry in our government that is responsible for mineral or the kind of things come and does the necessary investigation and tell us exactly what is happening, and then we can allow you guys to continue mining. So that's how those equipment are still kept in the Guinean side. So due to all of these arguments, I think the Guineans anticipated that they were going to continue doing the mining. And from what I got, that's why they crossed over today to plant their flag across the Liberian border. And Solomba is just next door to Foya. I'm surprised that we don't have some kind of military presence there, because from Solomba to Foya town is not a distance. It's a short. That's why Lucas able to mobilize people quickly from Foya town up to around the neighboring communities to go there to raise the concern about the Guineans hosting their flag on the Liberian side. So I'm hoping that our government and the Guinean government can go through all the necessary points and concerns. Especially Guineans, they are concerned about what is happening there. So you have a huge dredge machine mining the sand. So they are also thinking that you'll be mining mineral from there. That's a concern of the Guineans. So until our side can alleviate that concern or respond to that concern, and the Guinean government also can bring in their government agency that is responsible for mineral that will clarify that whatever is happening is purely sand mining. The Guineans have said they will not allow the Liberian company to keep the sand mining activity. So I think that's what all the thinking about. But history also go back. A few weeks ago, we learned that even Guinean soldiers arrested Sierra soldiers also to cross the Sierra border and did the same thing. They arrested Sierra soldiers, took them over into Guinea. And after some diplomatic discussion again between the two governments, the Sierra soldiers were returned to Sierra Leone. So I think our government need to also think critical about how we can protect our borders with Guinea, because this is the second incident taking place between Guinea and her two neighbors in the Mara River region.
Yeah, but Mr. Johnny, I'm really glad that you provided that additional insight, because this is so critical. Like it changes everything. And this is why Liberians are so used to violating laws. They don't understand when you share a border with someone. Look, if you have a house and you have a fence, right? You share a border like with your neighbor. You don't go and start making major modification to that fence, right, to your property without consulting your neighbor. The audacity of Liberians to think that they can continue their corruption, right, or their violation, their lack of consultation when they want to do anything. Whatever they want to do, they just go and go do it. Who does Tomalin think he is, or whoever the Liberian entity was, to start mining? You're not even. Now that you have explained this, I take back my previous commentary. I take it back completely. Liberia is wrong. We are wrong. We're wrong, the Guineans. You can't share a river with me. Guinea cannot share the same river with Liberia, and then you start mining. Do I know if what you're mining there, you're going to find like a rare mineral? Because there should be prior discussions. You can mine sand elsewhere on your side, right? Not even on your side. Even before you mine in that river, there should have been discussion. You as a business entity, or probably because they thought a governmental official was associated with the project, they could do whatever they wanted to do. And they were wrong. They were wrong. We wronged the Guineans in this.
No,
With this information you just provided, Liberia is so wrong. And this is just... We're gonna, outsiders are always gonna teach us lessons, because we don't learn. We operate with this sense of impunity, because this is how we operate in our own country.
And that's correct. Honorable Pewee, real quick, let's tie this in to real national security, right? Let's say there is no border guard, there's no border police. Let's talk about our electoral process, okay? Just imagine people can just walk from Guinea into Liberia. Nobody knows who they are. Tomalin would bring them in and say, these are my people. They can vote. They can do anything. I mean, look, we talk about national security. You can't just get a one man with the power to just take a dredging machine into the river and just dredge everything out of there. Isn't there conflict of interest that the deputy speaker owns or associated with a company, and they're using their power to do whatever they want to do? I mean, your take on this? I mean, I'm going beyond the company. I'm talking about our national sovereignty, our electoral process.
Yeah, it's going to trigger from different angles. I would hope, Fata, that you hold on a little bit before you say they're wrong, so the facts can come out. You can't just say Liberia wrong for now to the
they
facts
are wrong. Just that fact.
I would hope, because Johnny just explained this aspect. We have not verified.
This bad habit of just doing whatever we want to do when we want to do it. This is how we operate in our own country.
We haven't verified that perspective from Johnny first and foremost. But I agree generally that if we were to take Johnny's statement from the perspective of value there's face value, if you will. Yes, if the river is dividing the two countries, there should be what we call two-country agreement to know, even if it's the same, to know how we engage in that line. And that is very important, to be very honest here. And I will believe, and that's what I said from given when you and myself had a conversation today, and I stated that I don't want to believe this decision was directly sanctioned by the Guinean government, because I didn't know the nature of this, right? Because nobody would just come in one horse a flare across from the very line. Now that this is coming in, if it is investigated and proven that it's true, then I think the way what is being alleged and that Honorable Father is trying to do that, so it's true. They doing a lot of probably the presidential retirement vita of the president in Foya. There's some of the places that took the same from also do that, if you will. So
you wait. You know why you're laughing? You know why you're laughing? Because you're just putting two and two together. You're understanding that, like, with the construction, the presidential.
But let me
presidential.
1 minute, right?
Yeah.
Let me provide additional information here.
Please, Johnny, please.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I want you to go ahead so I can
So for example, right, I have a friend and colleague who is doing business in Nimba, and he wants to do send money in Nimba. He has gotten all his equipment, but the Guinean side along the St. John River told him that he cannot start the money of the send from St. John on that river until he get an agreement with the Guinean government to agree that he do the send money there. So that's why all his equipment are packed. He cannot start the money on the St. John. Because now everybody getting involved because we have the restriction on the Atlantic Ocean sand money right now because of the sea erosion. So the Chinese folk here introduced us into heavily money in the sea. I mean, in the river, like St. Paul River is one of the major sources of sand money now around the Monrovia area and Garguah. So even the Lofa University was built. All the sand that was mined to build our university came from Lassie Macron River around La Razoo. There's a place called Jamen Watersa. But at that time, they were not using machine, they were not using heavy equipment, they were using ordinary shovel and things. So the Guinean didn't have issue. But because of the heavy equipment they saw now dredging with huge volume of sand, so it got a concern from the Guinean where they could be doing also not just sand, but also mineral could be involved. So this is why all the issue came about. And I mean, I'm in contact with people from in Lofa, for that Sonoma area, and also even a family of mine also from the Guinean side is in Foya. He gave me some information. He was in the meetings that they had with the Minister of Internal Affairs, I think on Sunday or Saturday, with the Guinean government. And the Guinean told them, we cannot allow this thing to go on until our Ministry of Mineral or whatever government agency in Guinea comes here and verify that the action you are taking is not mineral money, but just sand money. So that's where the issue is right now. And I hope that, like I said, our two governments, lands and mines and energy, and also the land authority and their Guinean counterparts can do the necessary thing to ensure that there's no future conflict again based on the Macron River issue.
Let me go to Victor.
Thank you, Jerome. Thank you.
I'm finished with Jerome. I just started the whole meal.
Okay.
No,
Sylvester,
actually, I'm coming to you, Sylvester.
Yeah,
go ahead, Mr. Nagbe. When you're done, I will come back.
Yeah, Mr. Nagbe.
Mr.
Nagbe, we are talking about our national sovereignty, the integrity of our voting, our electoral process. We talk about the environment, the fishes that were in our whole place. Just imagine we're killing everything. I mean, this thing have more implication than people would think.
It does, and it brings me to what I wanted to put to Sylvester. I want him to talk to us about his perception of our diplomacy under this government. And we know back in November of 2024, there were reports that the Guineans marched into this country and took delivery of Sheriff, a guy who was being accused of coming over here to recruit mercenaries to go and topple Dopoh in Guinea. The forum that resulted from that, I think we got some pickup trucks from Guinea or something like that. Then take the recent incident with Ghana. We talked about this here last week, how we thought sufficient attention was not being given to this matter. We thought that the level at which it was being handled was far too low than what it deserved. And now look at where we are. It looks like Guinea has concluded that they can come into Liberia and do whatever they want. And, they might end up giving us a few pickup trucks again. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be flip, but I want you to talk to us as you address this matter. What is your perception of the current state of our diplomacy? Is it really, is there something we're missing here? Or is this how it is supposed to be done? You pacify and whatever it is, because I don't know if you guys seen the release from the Ministry of Information. It is urging calm and urging Liberians not to misinterpret anything, only listen to government information, and that they're doing everything to de-escalate the situation, all of that. But I don't understand. I think it was stumbling, or somebody who just said here that attempts were already made, and we were assured that the matter was under control. But here we are today. A whole marker has been planted on Liberian land, and the Guineans, I was watching they send for reinforcement. So I wanted you to please, as you're talking about it, can you please speak to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nagbe. First, to Mr. Gayman point here about our national security priority concern the elections, and it also both countries, and as I said, due to the porous nature of our borders, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, Sierra Leone, and the intertwined nature of our culture also push it to be a little bit very convoluted. It's a convoluted thing. Now, we have Loma in Liberia. We have Loma across in Guinea. We have Pere in Liberia. We have Pere in Guinea. We have Kisi in Liberia. We have Kisi in Guinea. We have Mandingos in Liberia. We have Mandingos in Guinea. And they all on those kind of porous lines. So one will cross from this time is actually to identify a Guinean Mandingo from the Liberian Mandingo. It's just basically impossible. The same will go across the other tribes I just went on to name. So from that perspective, Mr. Gayman, it's going to be a very tedious process for us to, I don't know what my mechanism, because here's what can move forward. Like if I suspected this person from Guinea to be a Pere, and the person crossed, a Pere chief will come from Liberia in the time they came and vouch for him, say this one of us. So it's a very difficult situation. So we will have to live by that. Or there are other expensive mechanisms we can deploy to at least try to mitigate that. And how do we go about doing that? Liberia is still very far. Even the very Guinea Liberian will cross also to participate into the Guinean elections. Because if you were to try to query them, they will either speak the local languages, Loma, Mandingo, Pere, Kisi, Bandi, and they cross. So it's difficult to identify them. In other words, because you can say, you ask them to speak, man, I don't speak English. That's one. So it will be difficult for us to get to that. In terms of the diplomacy, Mr. Nagbe, we're in a very difficult position. At what time can we use soft power diplomacy or hard power diplomacy? We don't have the leverage to use the hard power for that. We don't have any very powerful military. The military is weak in the entire region in terms of that. So our best bet is to deploy our soft power. And the way we deploy our soft power is via negotiation and be subservient in terms of that, right? And sometimes agree to things that we cannot push into. Now, the perfect situation where the Guineans came to collect him, he was one of those very feared military person that also joined this guy. He came across, he was being hunted in Guinea. He crossed in Liberia to seek refuge in Liberia. Unfortunately, his mission in Liberia was not there to recruit, but the fact that the current Guinean military junta head, now the president of Guinea, knew his strength, went after him, and the Liberian government budged. And by that time, at the time, negotiation, they gave us like 4 pickup truck, and then we giving up that way. And the guy is...
No, it was 10 pickup truck, we 10.
Okay, 10 pickup truck, we giving up. Now, it is I'm reliably told they have executed the guy. I'm reliably told the guy has been executed.
Yeah, because Councillor Janet, I believe, was making it. I don't even know what, but anyway, go ahead. Let's leave that. That's another story.
That was one of the huge diplomatic, we refer to as, we call it diplomatic slippages on the part of the current government. Nowhere you are allowed to do that. Because if your opponent, the immediate country across you, will assess the way you negotiate, the way you behave. Sometimes you don't have to have the military prowess to do certain things. You have the diplomatic skills. You navigate a country will respect you. Liberia will respect it for the kind of people we are. And that's one of the reasons why Lassana Conte feared Liberia when Taylor was president. Not that Liberia had the military power to march Guinea, no. Because Taylor was firm as a leader. He will tell you what it is. And they fear him for that. Just for that, they fear him. They had that kind of a mutual respect unfolding. But now the neutrality of the diplomatic respect has significantly dwindled. So the way to handle this, Mr. Nagbe, is for us to regain our... Now, we have... The foreign ministry itself is very weak. Very weak. We haven't seen countries around us will always summon the ambassador near those capitals in no time when those things happen to their people. We've never done that. You saw the notes that came out, that came from the foreign ministry. I was even surprised. They didn't come as a diplomatic letter. It came as press release. The Liberian government is informed that something happened to our citizens in our line. There was a press release. We're asking the citizenry to be patient, that the government is working on. Nonsense. Sorry to say that.
We feel too inferior to our neighbors. We feel too inferior. So therefore, we don't even want to even stand our ground. I will feel that we are beggars. So we are afraid that if we say something to somebody like Guinea or Sierra Leone or Cote d'Ivoire or Ghana, they will say something. I mean, I don't know why we have just brought ourselves this low in the sub-region, Pewee. It's so bad for us. It's just so bad for us.
Let me say
Before I forget my thought, I want to just say this thing. Let me rest on this before I forget this. I hope I won't forget it also. But you're very right, Johnny, on this one. What I was going to say here is that ever since Mr. Taylor left and now we have the land, we see, and that tendency, if we can't change it, nobody going to respect the country.
But Sylvester, let me push back. Let me push back. I know Jerome will say, "Oh, I'm my friend again." Yeah, maybe the current, but we know under the previous government, we know the situation with Henry Costa, we know the situation with Aseva Tuba. They both came through Sierra Leone, and Sierra Leone refused to budge, right?
They refused,
and we did nothing. We probably didn't pursue the case. Probably it was better that we did not, because we're all worried about Asetupa and Henry Costa lives and all of that. I get that. But I just don't understand how this Sherry thing happened, and I think to Johnny's point, diplomatically, right? When you say no to your neighbor like that, what is it? Are you inviting war? Or what is it that we, everybody can say no to us, but we can't say no to anybody?
So there's no in diplomacy. The war NO. There's no in diplomacy. They got something in diplomacy called quiet meandering, right? You don't respond to it. I mean, it's no. No diplomat will tell you no. It's an act, right? It's a culture. They will tell you say no, but they will not respond to you. Meaning it's no. Like if you send your agroma somewhere, right? I'm about to send Fata as our ambassador to the United Nations, but the U.S. Secretary General did not respond to that agroma. Meaning they didn't accept Fata to go through. So they're not going to write to say no. But what we say, they say quiet mean what?
Consent.
So to regain ourselves, we have to deploy the Taylor kind of a diplomacy. Taylor news our own strength of hard power, and that hard power is to be somewhat stubborn and protect your people. I thought sometimes the Minister of Foreign Affairs will come with hard land statement that all the Ghanaians can do. The governor of Liberia take a back. We're taking a statement. You're saying that to your friend when they're sitting to negotiate with the they respect you. But you will tell them, say, we get the information that, as a population of count.
I think you put too much faith in them. I have to
Santa, I'm coming to you. Let me go to Tomalin. Tomalin, you are very keen on the 2029 election. You are saying it will be do or die. It will determine for the rest of our lifetime the direction of the country. During the past election, we heard people were accusing Kamara for trucking in thousands of people from Guinea. Other people, they accuse Saros They say he trucked thousands of people from Sierra Leone into Apollo and Lofa to boost their numbers. So basically, people who were making decisions for Liberia were not Liberian. So, do you have any concern that
you're not saying, oh, honorable accuse your political leader too of bringing you want
yes.
there?
Who? Oh, Musa?
Maybe too many will say that one.
Yeah, they accuse Musa too of bringing people into that's true. So, Tomalin, are you concerned about the integrity? Are you concerned about the integrity of our election to determine who runs our country next when all of these borders people can come in?
Mr. Gayman, look, Liberia elections have been marred with this trucking. That's why most of the people that get elected, if you have election today in the era, they will not win. High election today, they will not win. Because they pay people, there's a whole process to do. They pay people, they truck them. So we are witness of it, you know. So the election of 2029 is very serious. Even
what are your face? What is now your face?
You see in America, you're very man in the warehouse trying to play with the people mid-10. He said FBI to go raid the people in Arizona. All kind of things with.
You see the other man here.
You know he honor water.
No. I gotta push back on that. You Democrat want to vote without ID.
I'm not Democrat.
You said for me to drink, I should be 21. I should show ID. For me to drive, I should show ID. For me to own gun, I should show ID. But to vote, you say I shouldn't show ID. What's wrong with your Democrat?
No, for me, I agree with Uncle Trump on that one.
You got ID.
No ID to vote.
I think I agree that people should show identity to vote. I agree. Yeah, show identity. But besides that, too, he trying to stop mail-in ballot, all that part of that act.
Yeah, because you're not saying 10 by yourself before.
No, he trying to right now. He trying to you see the Republican man smart. He want to kill the filibuster. He tries that. The Democrat get what they will change the whole Supreme Court. They will pack that code so they don't try it. But anyway, but the Liberian election, they've always been put at truck a lot in the elections. I mean, we witness a lot. And it's, but again, it left with the various parties that are running. But I talk about 2029 because look, right now, we're in a serious situation if we take it for a joke. President Boga will be almost 86, 87 before 2029. And you saw Joe Biden, how he struggled.
He's what? He 82 now, right?
Now you born Boga, eh?
He 81.
He 81. Yeah.
Are you Boga, eh?
I'm not Boga alone.
You're right, 85. You're right, 85.
The thing is that you saw Joe Biden struggle in 2023 year, 24. He struggled for the election year. And it is a right for the president to see re-election, but you know, I mean, right now the president says so another day, Councilor Gongloe captured it. He was telling him, cabinet say, we talk about investment, but say we take over, no investment I can't hear. But Mr. President, you should be the man leading the chief man to go up there to do for him to bring investors there.
No,
you be up there. You be the chief man doing it. But the Gongloe said you go to work 11 o'clock. All the things that people there, it's not correct thing you're doing. So the president, it shows that the president is showing sign that he's tired. Because if you talk about investment and nobody bring investment here, people not do nothing, you very people there, they haven't seen the president, he really up to it because it shows that, but there's the president that carrying 2029 now. He running re-election. Okay. The vice president told me clear, he said, Boga running, they're running 2029. I said, wow. They had a country. So we have a choice. If you want, I believe the CDC did a good job. He wanted to be re-elected. Is the choice we have, or the president administration are running the country, or it's time the Liberia seek another alternative or different version. And for me, I stand with the people who want to see the new different version. I believe Liberia should because right now it's all about the CDC UP. They fight among themselves. That fight going between the two parties. But if I were advising any party like CDC, I tell them, no, if all the opposition was running around the CDC, then they can go. But it will be splinter and split. And then I tell you, it will be a difficult task for them because The UP will do everything possible to infiltrate and cause confusion among them. So what happened with the CPP? CPP, people saw was the best choice for Liberians. But what they did, they infiltrated the CPP, they attacked the CPP, they split it apart, and they ended in court. And at the end of the day, it just chakla. And we saw what happened.
Yeah. So I want to say something about this.
Let me learn. My thing is this: if I told somebody today, one of my UP friends, I said, "Look, if you made the same mistake again, we go Liberia. From all we not care. You can say what you want to say. We'll leave the king in Liberia and get down. Trust me. I will say you all made the same mistake. I will build my house, put my house fence around my house. They have business. I'm not joking because you made a mistake. You can't say, oh, I want you. No. Made a mistake and things say I will come to Liberia, we'll move around, go places, enjoy our stuff. Our children can visit all there and come back. We'll have fun in Liberia. But you made a mistake, and you will feel it because people are here preparing. They're investing in the country. People are doing business in the country, trying to do things for the country. But if you go make the same mistake, the other country leaving up behind. Like the money said, Liberia is behind the country that behind. Now, and that's exactly what's happening. We're way behind. For the president to tell the cabinet, say, since 3 years now, no investment in the country, no serious investment. That's a serious thing. You think about now, the president will be cutting or opening a plant for. So the president is dedicating a plant today for a factory for Liberians to get jobs. We're not seeing that happen. All day, we fighting among ourselves and fighting among ourselves. All the people doing right now. All they do right now, fighting among ourselves and fighting all day. And that cannot help the country. The country is in a serious situation. We also take seriously of the matter and take it seriously, or else we'll regret again. We'll say, well, we're back to the same thing. Just 1 year on your life, you know what? I'll be 75.
What I'm thinking.
Fanta, this is what we are talking about here. And I think you alluded to that. Tomalin just said it. If you had an election today, instantaneous poll election, most of you folks that are running around will not win in their own district because people who elected them are not from those districts.
Exactly.
They brought them in from other places because they have money. They can go and bring people in. I mean, some of the numbers that I heard. Grand Bassa County, my own home county, one of the senatorial candidates have 55,000 voters, 55,000 by himself. Do you know what it takes for 55,000 people to show up? But we find out they brought her in from Nagbe, from Monrovia, from Nimba. They brought them all in, but guess what? When they went to the second round, these people could not be brought back. So now, if you came from district number 10 in Monrovia and went to Bassa to vote, you got stuck in Monrovia, but you can't vote in Monrovia, so Georgia lost those votes. If you came from district number 2 in Nagbe and you went to Bassa to vote, and they can't take you back to the vote A if they're lost. So we do our democracy is false, mostly fake. Fanta, those running around and say they represent district number 1. People from district number 10 from different districts and voted them in. So they don't have any loyalty to the constituency because these people have nothing, no say so in bringing them to power.
Yeah, I mean that is nothing new. When I speak about the way Liberia operates, the way the Liberian government operates, the way the Liberian political system operates, they absolutely do not practice any type of democracy. Perhaps the type of political system that is practiced has probably never been coined, right? We probably need to get a whole consortium together to even formulate a name for that, because every component of our system is broken. It's broken. And when you have a system that is not substantive, that is not well defined, ideologies that are completely empty, empty speeches, empty promises, right? That is also, I also want to put this back on the people. It's also reflective of the people. It's reflective of the people, because when you're trying to hold these leaders accountable, is the very people who will be in the comment section saying, oh, why are you so harsh on the men? Leave the men alone, like what have you. So at the end of the day, until we're ready to take drastic measures and be disruptive and be uncompromising and be uncorruptible, we're going to be having the same conversation. Liberia needs a military leader, or a leader that is just absolutely in your face. And we don't see that. We don't see that. The oppositions are spineless. We have established this. So what are our options? You know, like even like the others, like the Moneybals, or like what have you, if you look at anyone from the youth side, they're all affiliated with the Unity Party. So who are we looking to? Who has not been affiliated? We need fresh blood. We need fresh blood. We need someone who has not been affiliated with any of these people.
Wow.
Because as you have seen, just really quickly before I drop, as you have seen, what just happened? Boykato, he appointed an upstanding lawyer to hold people accountable, and he ended up being corrupted. The system corrupted him, right? We cannot stand up to our neighbors because we do not have a formidable system to even do that. We don't have frameworks, nothing. Liberia is operating a sham government. I think we need to check the paper pause to see like if he's still alive, or like is that a double?
Well, Tomalin, we have the President Joseph Yuma Waga Sr. has issued Executive Order number 160, establishing another technical committee to oversee the enforcement and implementation of government decisions concerning the long-standing land dispute in Nima County, particularly in the commercial city of Ganta. The executive order issued Tuesday, March 5th, create the presidency described as a neutral and professional mechanism to coordinate the peaceful and lawful enforcement of earlier government decisions related to the decades-old land conflict, which authorities say continue to pose challenges to peace, security, and development in the region. Here we go again. The president has established another committee. What is going on here? Don't we have land authority? Don't we have other details? Why we have another committee now to go and effect the law under the auspices of the Liberia Land Authority? Why?
So, Gayman, you see that's one of the reasons why I'm worried about 2029. That's one of the reasons I'm worried. You see, this government is the way they're treading. The president is like people drawing rings around him. What they're doing to him, and he's not really on top of his game. You know, perhaps if Mboga had been elected 2017, maybe he would have gotten more of him. He's much younger and so forth. But right now, you see what happened now is scary, very scary, and to the extent where they're appointing committees, assigning committees on committees, and that's what we hear all the time: committee. And at the end of the day, just to banish his soul when they announce these things. After that, we don't hear no more about them. But that should, because the issue of land is a serious thing in Liberia, and until we can really get it taken care of in the right way, that we'll have this problem. You have a land commission, a commission for land, a commission for land. What are they doing? People, they land this. People are selling people land, and nothing coming out of it. Our country, only country where people, you don't see politicians, you don't see high-profile people in jail today. I mean, Ellington, we are time, Bogatan, nobody have people being put in jail. What is it? Is spending 10 or 10 in jail. Then when they give you 5 years, 6 years, yeah, the person will serve the time in jail. We don't see it. So it's troubling, and I just don't believe in any committee for land. I think we should take a more bold approach to tackle the land issue, because people continue to sell people land. That was happening. It's not going to change. So I don't have no faith in any land commission, land committee.
Wow. Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Jerome. Thank you. It's great to see everyone.
Robert, I was at the embassy, and
yeah, well, Mr. Gayman?
Yes.
Can you allow me to talk about this cross-border issue, and then we'll come down to the new land dispute committee?
You got some new information?
No. I want to make input on the discussion, because you're going around, and then I don't think everybody else made comment, and you just switch to.
Okay. I'm sorry, Rob. I'm coming to you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I want to give me reference to the voter issue when it comes to cross-border.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when our country or our system will be strong to minimize or reduce cross-border voting situation in Liberia. And I personally had the experience. I saw it for real life, and I saw the real impact of it. For example, in 2027, if I was say that, okay, before the Salina election, that was just recently, I was in Foya, and I had gone to meet some elders and chiefs in Foya, and I met a whole group of delegation there, people there with the chief, and I asked what was happening, and the chief told me that our brothers have come from Sierra Leone. They came to talk to us so that people from here can be able to go across to register and be voted. And be qualified to vote for candidates of their preference or whatever. And so that was what I saw there, and that was the leadership that was telling me what was being discussed between they and their counterparts from across the border in Sierra Leone. Also, in the same Lofa around the Vanjama area, Vanjama, Torgbean, when I was contesting in 2020 Central election, I came in contact with a lady who showed me almost like 100 plus voting cards of individuals that individuals that were residing in Guinea. Well, she said they are Liberian, but they are in Guinea. She had their cards, and if I can work with her, give her some money, she will be able to go across to Guinea and bring them over to cast vote for me. And I told her, I said, no, I can't do that, because that will be going against the law. And moreover, we have enough people in Lofa that can convince to vote for us. I said, the 100 plus cards we have, they are not enough to maybe to win. But if we can focus more on the people in this country, in the various towns, and compete with them with the message that we have, we think we can win this election. But we cannot go to bring people. And the lady going, no, she said, well, I don't know what I'm doing, because that's what everybody else does here around during the election. I said, I told her, I don't think I have that capacity to give you money to go to Guinea and bring people across. Let them remain there. Liberians are here that have voting card. Will convince them to join us. And all our counties along the borders with our neighbors, the counties with Sierra Leone, with like Cape Mount, Bapolu, Lofa, and then the counties with Guinea, that's Lofa, Bong, and Nimba. The counties with Cote d'Ivoire, that's Nimba, that's Grand Gila, Rewoji, and Sino, and Maryland. All those towns along there, the likelihood of people crossing from the border from Cote d'Ivoire to come to Liberia, from Guinea to Liberia, from Southern to Liberia is very, very high. Same thing from both sides to go across the vote, especially so when they have a candidate of their choice in that country, they will go there. Even in Cape Mount, one of the area I work with in Cape Mount, I want to call the name. This area was involved with mobilizing people from Liberia to go across in Sierra Leone to support Marabios and candidacy during the going election in Sierra Leone. And because of the family ties we have across, you imagine when I'm working in Cape Mount, the commissioner in Cape Mount, junior brother from the same parents, was the paramount chief, or maybe a state paramount chief in Sierra Leone, in Jene, which is in Pujaun district. You understand? And we had a commissioner here in Liberia, and his brother was the paramount chief there. So with all those relationships we have, It will take us time to really be able to curtail this thing, but we need a real robust biometric system that may reduce the influx of non-Liberians from our neighboring countries taking part in our election. And another issue, the land dispute issue in Nima, I think that it's because of just dishonesty and lack of, dishonesty. We have had committees during Madam Sadi's regime. She set up a committee that worked on it. I think it was headed by the Musa Berete then, if I'm not mistaken. He had that committee. Okay, up to now, we don't know what was the funding and what was the reaction or what was the action taken to implement the funding from that committee. Now, if the president has come now to appoint a new, to form a new committee, I think he should allow Liberian land authority to preserve all those kind of matters. Because by law, the land authority is established to resolve all land matters in the country. Land disputes, land authority. In fact, the entire land governance of Liberia is in the hands of Liberia land authority. So forming new committee again, new commission or whatever to go into that issue in Nima County, I think it's just a matter of, best application of public fund again, because that will require money. But the Liberia land authority already have budget to do work in Liberia with regards to land matter. So forming new committee, like the same thing they did with the moving equipment. I hate to say yellow machine because it sounds so little to say yellow machine, and we should be moving equipment to form a new committee again to manage that. I also think that was a wrong idea. I think we already have institutions established in the country to manage, control government assets. But that's my point on the land matter. The land authority should take charge of all land matters and report to the legislature on the way forward.
But Jerome, I know you want to go to Rabo. Can I quickly ask Johnny something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Rabo, welcome. Johnny, let me ask you this. And you have the experience, so I have to defer to you. Look, elections have consequences, right?
Yeah.
The people along these borders that live on either side of the country, either Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia. So whoever is elected in Liberia affects the life that people lead along the border in Sierra Leone or in Guinea. Is it possible that we are looking at this point not ahead of us? Maybe we need to find a way to accommodate these people. Right now, the way we're looking at it, it is illegal. I get it. But because whoever is elected in Liberia, you're talking about two brothers on either side of the border. So there are relatives on either side, and they know whoever is elected in Lofa, whatever decision they would take will affect their relative in Lofa and vice versa in Sierra Leone. Do you think our elections laws should now begin to adjust to take into consideration what kind of accommodations that could be made instead of illegalizing what these people already understand and they are living it already?
Yeah, but let's go back. And are we now requesting that we have the diaspora Liberians taking part in the election to vote?
Oh, I didn't want to talk about it, but since you brought it up, the CMC is already proffering a legislation for that. There are a lot of efforts on the way. We think that absentee balloting or balloting that will allow people in the diaspora to vote, it should be considered. There are people who are on foreign assignments who cannot vote. They're being disenfranchised. People in hospitals cannot vote. People who travel out of the country overseas cannot vote. So yeah, we think diaspora voting should be taken into consideration. Maybe that's one of the ways they can be addressed. I don't know.
Yeah, because you said diaspora, are you considering only those across the Atlantic Ocean or
diaspora includes Sierra Leone, Guinea, the whole world.
The whole world.
Let me go to Robert. Robert, welcome to the show. We discussing the cross-border issue. We're talking about planting of our flag. We talk about Liberia panicking at the Guinea border, running reminiscence of the war. They get their mattresses on the back and running. We are also talking about the Liberian government says that we had $1.2 billion and the LRA guys said we had a surplus. And today they summoned the finance minister and the controller while the government have not been able to meet payroll consistently. It's a persistent salary delays. So, I mean, it's a potpourri here. This is a buffet. You can start from anywhere. By the way, someone just texted me from the CMC that Liberia has 185,000 registered Liberians in Guinea. I don't know how accurate that number is, but that's a lot of registered people across the border that people can tap into in Liberia. Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, well, let me take a dag at the first. I mean, the delay or the inconsistencies with payroll. I mean, I think it was recently. I'm not sure exactly when Senator Darius Dillon was on when we asked him the question during the Christmas season when there were news about delay in civil servants actually receiving pay. And our friends from the other side attempted to debunk that as a lie, right? That people had gotten paid. And when Darius Dillon came on, he was asked the question, and he admitted that even there have been delays in legislators' pay as well. So if lawmakers are not receiving their salaries in a timely manner, then what about civil servant? And so I say that to say, Mr. Jerome, I don't think this is something that we can politicize, and I don't think it's in the interest of the government to attempt to politicize this issue. And that even those who support the government, also have families, right? And those who work for the government are dependent on, they're working to ensure that they can take something home on a monthly basis. And so I think it's important that the government, led the financial arm of the government led by the finance minister, it's important that they address this issue once and for all. I know politically it may not be a good debate for them because, again, when CDC was there, they argued that there were massive delay on civil servant pay, and it was a reflection of the economic failures of the CDC led by former finance minister Samuel Twe. Now you have Kafwan and these guys that are with high expectations. You would not expect that there will be the same issue, even worse. The people have not gotten paid up to December for 3 months. People are not getting paid for 4 months. This is a very serious matter that we should not politicize. So I hope that they have transitioned from the offense, right? And they are now focused on, well, wait a minute. This is a serious issue that we must address. How do we ensure that a civil servant are getting paid? Whatever the government needs to do, they need to do that to ensure that folks are getting paid. With regards to the crossing of the border, again, I was before you guys mentioned the diaspora voting. These are some of the conversations that were held at the diaspora conference, and I think a lot of times when we talk about diaspora, I think people get it messed up. They think it's just limited to folks, in Europe and folks in America. No, the Liberian diaspora is a representation of all Liberians that live outside of Liberia. That includes those in Sierra Leone, that includes those in Ivory Coast, that includes those in Ghana and many other countries, right? And not just the United States and or Europe or Australia and other places. That includes all Liberians that do not, legitimate Liberians, natural born Liberian citizens that do not reside in the country. And I think it's important for us to start having these conversations, because what it does from my perspective is that it curtail, right, the ability of folks illegally getting involved in cross-border voting, especially those who may not be eligible to vote. And this may not be a difficult process if the government utilize the expertise of Liberians who are technically, when it comes to the technology, savvy, right? The government can put in place a system. And I tell you right now, the conversation we're having about diaspora Liberian voting is a conversation that I think is on the side of absentee ballots. That how do we get Liberians in the diaspora to vote and participate in elections without necessarily buying a plane ticket to travel to Liberia? I think that's the discussion. But as we stand right now, Liberians that are in the diaspora that are natural born Liberian citizens can participate in elections. In fact, there were many Liberians who reside in the U.S. either with green card or with U.S. Passport that went to Liberia in 2023, registered to vote, and those that could return to participate in the actual election, the voting process, were allowed to vote in the voting process. Now, I'm not sure what system we have in place to ensure that those claiming to be Liberians have the right documentation to verify citizenship before registration. Because once you've been registered, the idea is that you've gone through all of the verification process to ensure that you are eligible to vote. So the conversation is not that we're not participating. The conversation is how do we get more Liberians to participate? Because the reality is all of us can return home, pay $1,500, $1,800, or those that fly business class, $4,000, $5,000 to go register to vote, return, and then 2 months or 3 months later, return back to Liberia to participate in the actual voting process, which has been happening. People can go and register to vote, and then during elections, things happen. They just can't afford to go back to participate in the actual voting process. So those folks must also include folks in the nearby countries, like Ghana and Ivory Coast and other places, Guinea. And that's how we control the system. But our politicians are afraid of something. They're afraid of competition. They're afraid of competition. And all I'm saying is we need to put this in place, because if we don't do it, we will continue to have conversations about the possibility of folks illegally crossing borders, of folks actually busing people into the country and other places to participate in districts and in elections that they are not constitutionally or constitutionally they should not be participated in. So I think that's how we address the situation. I think the last conversation was about the border security and things like that. Listen, we have an uphill battle here with our security, and I think it starts with our lawmakers. Mr. Jerome, I will say for the record, I don't think we have elected officials that have the backbone to truly represent Liberia in a way where our counterparts understand that yes, we are kind, yes, we are responsible, yes, we are hospitable, we are very nice people, but don't mess with us. You don't have to be a thug, you don't have to be a gangster, you don't have to be unintelligent to articulate that message. And I don't think, and Sylvester can probably add to this, these are the guys who are in the foreign affairs area. But there's this there's this diplomacy engagement that I feel is weak, even when our citizens are in harm's way, whether it's in a foreign country or it's in Liberia. I don't think we have displayed, I don't think we have exhibited enough strength in ways where you don't have to be loud. You don't have to be threatened, but we have to be very clear. We have to draw a line, especially when it involves the security and the safety of the state. And so the Guineans and other folks will continue to poke the bear because they know not a damn thing gonna happen. When these things are happening, our lawmakers are having conversations about increasing their salaries rather than increasing the budget when it comes to strengthening our borders and doing the things we're supposed to be doing. And so we can talk all day, all in our group chats. We can talk about how outraged we should be. We can talk about how mad we should be. But none of this matter when those who we have elected to represent us, to represent our interests on security, on foreign affairs, on the economy, on leadership, if those voices are not as are, nothing will become of what we are outraged about. So it starts with our elected officials. It starts with them.
Thank you. Mr. Victor, Honorable Nagbe, real quick, you are pushing for this a diaspora thing. Have you guys taken into account that the diaspora entails the whole of West Africa, the ECOWAS region? Because I'm looking at the number here based on the 2025 census. They say the total Liberian population registered in the United States, total Liberian population is 100,000 people, a little over 100,000 people in the entire North America. Okay, now let's look at, if you were thinking that a diaspora Liberian should be allowed to vote, do you have the financial wherewithal, the organization structure to vote in Nigeria, in Guinea, in Ivory Coast, in Sierra Leone, in Senegal, in the whole area? Do you guys, have we looked at that, or you're just looking at maybe the United States?
No. The out-of-country voting, and Yola has done a lot of work with that in collaboration with Emmanuel Weti, who is also the former president. They have this out-of-country voting. As a matter of fact, we were in Monrovia in January. You and I, my wife, was at the mansion. We went to pick her up when we met the investment commissioner. It was one of those meetings that they were holding with the executive mansion as well as the Capitol building. But to answer your question directly, no, this is not only about North America. We have Liberian diaspora in Ghana, in Europe. I mean, I think Francis Menza is the key person for the Liberians in Europe. I think they call themselves AFLA or something. But no, it is not only about those in the North continental United States of North America or Canada. It is about Liberians everywhere outside of Liberia, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, in America, Australia as well. So, and I'm not sure of that number. I don't know what stats you're looking at, but we're getting numbers that are anywhere between 250,000 to 500,000. I'm not registered, but total number of Liberians estimated just in the continental United States alone. And so
I'm looking at the Nelsberg Research Center based on the 2025 census.
Yeah, I mean, I know the CMC is also grabbing, we're doing a number of data grabs from all over the place. We're also consolidating, but that number I think is pretty low. But I should be, I know Yola is also working on that. But this is not about a number anyway. It is about, people, we Liberians being disenfranchised. We think that just as we are pursuing dual citizenship, we think Liberians should be able to vote out of Liberia. This is something that many countries around the region do. We have the various embassies around the world. Several ways it can be done. As to the financial wherewithal, we have suggestions on how to help the Elections Commission also, juice up their budget. Those of us who are who are in the diaspora, who have the means, there might be a way that we can help the commission through probably through the registration process. I don't know what the legal implications are, but there's an idea that's being floated that guys like you and myself, even if we have to pay $5 for our registration card, that's a lot of money that could go to the Elections Commission. So there are lots of ideas that are being pushed around.
Honorable Tomalin George, I mean, this idea about diaspora voting, I don't think that either EULA or the CMC or the CDC have any inkling about the cost, the logistics, the budget to, we are having problem with elections just in Liberia. Just imagine doing it around the world. I mean, I don't want to be pessimistic, but this is, to me, just a dream. But the budget is not, we can't afford, can Liberia afford to have election around the world?
I'm sure we can afford it. We got a lot of money that we're throwing around here. We can do it. The rabbi said, at the diaspora conference, it was one of the things that one of the recommendations that came from that conference. In fact, they have a WhatsApp group now. It's on Facebook. Have a WhatsApp group rather, and they are working towards it too. I think they really want to ensure that elections people can vote in the coming election. Will vote maybe at the embassy wherever we agreed on, where the embassy in the countries that they will be designated. So I think it's something that we should also work towards it, and I think other African countries are doing it. Okay, Mr. Gayman, the country got money. We shouldn't be putting the country poor. We got money. Seriously, got money. People in that country, not joke. If you want to look at it, look at the national budget. It tells you exactly what we're talking about. So I'm sure I'm hearing the president will be a reconstituting the election commission. The president commission, their tenure will be expiring, I think, either next year or this year, and he'll be putting a new NEC together. Let's see what they will come up with. Who will be the new chairman and the member of the commission? Let's see who will be part of that body. But obviously, we should support it, and we should vote out of the country because Liberians. I mean, if Liberian remittances, if you are sending money to Liberia, you should have a voice. You have a voice. Not everybody can come. And some people who are old here who cannot even go home now because of medical reasons. I know a lot of people who they will just spend the rest of their lives in America, but they are involved in Liberia. They monitor Liberia all the time. So they would like to go and maybe they'll put in a wheelchair or in their car. They take them to go and vote. They won't have a say. You know, some people cannot travel because of the medical condition. So it's an opportunity to go and vote in other countries. And perhaps that will also stop the cross-border of voting, this trucking. Because look, we can't call names, but what we saw in the election, I repeat, hey, election today, people will not win. Will not win because we saw them in truck, people truck, no joke, people truck. And that's a normal thing to do in Liberia, trucking. They just truck. They spend most of the money they raise, they're spending on trucking. When the agencies are winner era, they will truck because the people they know they have governed the people for 6 years or 9 years, they have done nothing for the people. So the people will not vote for them. So what they do is they put them out with the people on them will not vote. So they're going to bring up people to come vote, register to vote. So they go, that way they spend the money on. If you notice, in the 2028 budget, 2027 budget, they will start putting money there for lawmakers then to do exactly what we're talking about. For the re-election, put money in that budget. They'll give it, they'll atomize it, give it different name. All will be geared toward putting people to come to truck people. That's what they're going to do. So let's support it. I support it 100% though. I'm for to work towards Liberian voting.
Okay, let me go to Honorable Pewee. Honorable Pewee, we are talking about some serious logistical issue. If you're talking about elections in Liberia, our elections have been held back several times because we were waiting for support from the European Union, from the American, from everybody else except Liberia. So if we can't do that in Liberia, how can we do this globally?
I think it's hard to say, but then looking into the government of Liberia budget and our budget system and the constraints around our budget, the next 20 election cycle will not have the money to do that. And probably the next 20 election cycle, some of us may not be alive, right? The next 20 electoral cycle, we don't have the money to do that. We don't even have the money to fund. So now we put money in the budget for certain issue for hospital. We don't raise the money. We're running a budget of a country of just $1 billion, or $1 billion now. That's the highest ever. Now, I want us to go back to some time and study our electioneering process, not from the 80s, but since the war. The international election cycle efforts do support the international, a lot of different international organizations give budget support to the elections. The EU gave a lot of support to the elections. The USA also gave a lot of support to the elections. And then we as a country, just for those of us that are voting within the bitter weight of the republic, we as a country will fund often 40% of the total money coming to the elections. And then the rest will be funded. And that is not ESC. It is evidence-based. As a matter of fact, we did a survey with UNDP to study why folks spend a lot of money in this, because most of the money about recruiting, during the time for most of those other issues about electioneering, like voter sensitization, different acts that will be called by different civil society groupings. Those money would come from, you say some of those money came from the American billionaire George Soros foundations and other things. So for a very long time, we're going to move. We're not going to go close to that to say we were allowed, because it's a huge logistic burden for the government. It will require you to pay more money. Let's say you're allowing Liberians in the U.S. They come back first to the U.S., where we have one of the biggest diaspora population. Now, in the U.S., how are you going to go about the voting system in the U.S. first and foremost? Are you going to say, okay, we will try to condense everything and everybody come over to Washington, D.C.? No, that's not going to be possible. Are we going to say, okay, we look at Minnesota, we look at New York, we look at Arizona, because these are areas, and Pennsylvania, and do it that way? Then you go back to Europe. How many countries in Europe we have? Are you going to say almost 30 countries in Europe, they will convert, there will be a conversion point? That's not possible. Then we go back to Asia. We'll come back, because you can't start here and say, okay, we will not. Or are we going to draw a threshold? Even if we were to draw a threshold to say it has to reach this number to do it. No, we don't have the money. We struggle. Remember the last election, the governor of Liberia has been struggling raising the money for the election to pay our components. Imagine our own election, we got to be discussing with the partners to say, okay, the partner will say, okay, you give this, we'll give you this.
Mr. Ambassador, let me cut you off there, because I think you're living in the 60s. Look, let me tell you this. We have conducted elections at the Cardinal Alumni Association, right, where we generate QR codes that are specific to individuals. People living in the diaspora here, they have access to technology. We're not talking about erecting a voting booth where people go stay in the ring and go vote. No, you can send me my ballot right here on my computer. Once you certify that I'm a Liberian, exactly. I think I should be able to that. I think it is possible.
You're saying things.
My man, let me finish.
No. Come in. I will let you come back here, because you cut me off. I thought you were going to give the solution for me. Just keep quiet.
All right, go ahead.
But you kind of complicated the whole. You complicated. I thought you were going to give me something for me. Just be quiet.
No, but I agree with Nagbe because it's technology.
How do you imagine technology on your computer?
Technology.
No, but okay, let me say this, right? You and I today, we can still renew our passport without going to Monrovia. You go to the embassy, you do biometric, they have your data and all of that, right? They know you are a Liberian. Through that process, they can ascertain who is a Liberian, who is not. Once you have that database, I'm telling you, there is a QR. There are lots of ways you can vote. They can generate a confirmation. Here you have the two-step confirmation, right? You go and log onto your computer, they send you a text, you take it on your phone, you confirm it's me. There are a lot of things that can be done. Technology.
Let me push you back a little bit on this one. And we understand that there's a voter registration process that will have to collect all those needs in one box.
Yes.
And the good part of it, I'm not ignorant to technology in terms of operating computer and doing networking with computer. I'm not ignorant to that. If I was confused, if I was new to it, then I could say, okay, help me more. So let's come back to this. How do we build the synergies between those different computers to network and then find an issue that the data will be protected, that no one will just come and hit into? We're talking election here. So now the government of Liberia will have to now hire different IT institutions, powerful one, to ensure that those things different. It's not possible, right. Mr. Nagbe. We would not do it. You and myself,
we don't say
we would do it.
We don't say it's not possible.
It's not possible now. Let me learn. It's not possible now. Let me qualify my statement. I agree. I'm not saying that it's not possible now. Now, listen.
It's possible now.
The possible thing here is the first and foremost thing here. The first time we brought about biometric, the first biometric card, we don't have the money to do that yet. For those who, Johnny, we don't have that system home. And we still begging the international election system, the EU, the American government. They can fund 60% of our election. We only fund 40%, and the 40% we can struggle to find the money. Then you talk about moving aside. Listen, it's not going to be this election 2029. It's not going to be the election after 2029. It's not going to be the election. No, I know what I'm saying. We don't have money. We poor.
If If we
Mr.
say
Nagbe,
we'll do it,
I'm sorry to disappoint you. We poor as a country. We don't have the money. All of our election now, they come in election, you know what can happen? Mr. Give me a quick in here. I was just reviewing this thing here. Look here the last time what the proportional came in. The EU came to this amount they gave our elections. $13.6 million first came from the EU, $1 million euro came to the EU. Additional 9.2 million came. The EU said the American government funded aspect of it for election security and all those things they spend the money on. The government of Liberia struggled to even pay the 40% they couldn't. Partners have to come and give that money. The government of Liberia struggle, and that's one of the reasons why you will see delay in printing our ballot paper. Where they'll go Ghana to print it, delay in printing ballot paper for you to come to the country. They telling me that we should expand the logistics. Trust me, if Johnny won the election, the result will be waiting for that result. Will not come on time.
No, but quickly though.
I get there, yeah. But
there are a lot of channels. You have the county organization, you have ULAD, all the group. That's what you can do and work around it, and that money can be raised. That money you can count.
More than that, Chief Tomalin, there are Liberians in the diaspora here of enormous means. I mean, look at the boy who runs the shea butter company, this Dennis boy. He went to the Cardinal Alumni. This man, he was ready to give someone money. A lot of people here. All you need is somebody, empowering.
But Mr. Nagbe, you are progressive. You cannot allow. Sorry, Mr. Nagbe. You cannot allow our national election to be funded by private individuals.
That's right.
No,
Johnny,
let
Johnny chime in here. Johnny, you've been on the ground running election here. We are talking about the reason why. Sometimes
man, no, Johnny lost election. What do men know about running election?
So you have not run any election, so you know nothing about election. Johnny, talk to us.
So thank you. Nagbe, I hope you try one of the contests in Grand Cru, so you know what election means. But look,
Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland. Let me say something here. I think some point people made here. We already have constitutional duty here to do election since the war ended. We're not even completed our election process in the country.
No.
We are supposed to hold election for chieftaincy, municipality election. We keep dragging and pushing it. We see because we don't have money. For me, I know from my assessment, it's not because we don't have money, because those guys in the hierarchy of politics do not want to have the other people in the country to have democratic power, like the local chiefs. Because in the past, if you are elected as a chief, and the way they are exposed now, it will be a serious battle between they and the residents and senators. So I guess that's what they're saying. But it's part of the requirement of the whole election for chieftaincy. So we can't do that already. We already complain we don't have money. Now the issue of diaspora election, so it require real thinking, real critical thinking, and analyzing the situation. And if we put the best mind together, give them some time to think about how can we do an election that will include our brothers and sisters across the globe. How can we do it? Even if we can do it holistically, right, like nationwide or globally, right, how can we start the process so that after every election we improve to make sure that our brothers and sisters in other parts of the world can take part in election? But it requires a leadership that will be determined, that will be deliberate, that will be interested in doing this in the best interest of democracy, in the best interest of allowing Liberians to exercise their political franchise. But as we are like this, we are so we are still confused, we still diluted with the system. We don't even have a correct election system. Look, simple thing, election observation. To even reduce the tendency of fraud in election, our system is not working towards that. Right? I mean, I would say I don't have time. I don't want to have anybody going to observe election for me. I would depend on election commission and all those that will follow the process. The fact that our system here, we already have an intent to commit fraud in our election processes. That also tells us that we're not ready to make election to be transparent because of our own natural intent to create fraud because we want to stay in power. Stay in power at the same time, not even be able to perform your tax. We have 1.2 billion. And now us here go online and analyze and go and view Sierra Leone budget of 1.1. Sierra Leone is 1.1 this year. We are 1.2 this year. See how Sierra Leone has laid out their budget to serve their people. Go and see the budget. In Sierra Leone budget, they have 25,000 for every member of parliament for vehicle for the term of 5 years. Sierra Leone has 149 parliamentary members. Liberia has 100 plus, maybe what? 103, right? 103 members of the legislature, right? We are giving each legislature car in 3 years, and the cost of the car is $45,000 just for 3 years, right? If you go online and do the research, saloon party members are taking less than what our people take here as salary. And in Sierra Leone, they have a system where they even have a cap over what the people make in our country. All can make the research and find, even though listening, follow can make the research and see. Why are we sitting down here, our neighbor right next to us, the leadership system is thinking about improving and making our government more inclusive, more decentralized? We are here putting ourselves around 1.2 billion, big news, and then we're giving Speaker Office 500,000 for entertainment. We're doing this and this and this and this and this without even recognizing what should be done as priority. So to support democratic process like election, we need the money, but we need people that will think through and be committed and be sincere. And I cannot go out of people with brain to sit down and try and derive a system that will include everyone of us to get involved in election and be transparent at 99.9%. But again, because of our personal mind, our intent to commit fraud in elections, we create all kinds of unnecessary bottleneck during the election process. We ask all kinds of unnecessary questions just to create a situation that will look like we must truck. The trucking attitude came about during the war. I mean, after the war, the election of 2005, 2011, then 2017, it got worse. The trucking idea. And we can imagine the idea of trucking. So Liberian people, we are thinking about how to commit crime. We are thinking about, how to commit crime, how to steer our way through process. And how they keep evolving, it keep getting modernized. It keep being improved upon. You know what I'm saying? Why are we just interested that before we take power, must commit real fraud in the election? and take it from me. People now are calculating again how to get involved with 2029 election in the further them with the election.
Of course, but this is I think this Bassa singer they called Seleke Kromah. He said Liberia had evil geniuses.
Okay.
Our ingenuity and our genius, we don't use it for the benefit. We are thinking on how we can crook the other guy. In fact, intensify and even do it better than the other guy who crook us. So here we are, guys. It's 8:30 here. We gotta go.
We gotta go. We don't have the money. We don't have the money to do that. Nobody should ever do it.
Guys, to be very frank with you, yesterday we read the story here where the country had run out of money and the ID card system had been shut off for 9 months. The national ID card system we are talking about, it has stopped working for going on. This is the 9th month. The ID card system we're talking about. So all the children, everybody that became of age 9 months ago, nobody knows who they are. No birth certificate system, nothing, because we don't have the agency. So when you look at all this, Honorable Pewee, close our eyes on this, your parting comment. I read a story here. Is a major black eye to Liberia that our ID system had completely shuttled for 9 months. Lack of funding, lack of system. They were in a hurry because election were coming. They pass, and all of a sudden send the election. No more ID card system. They will wait again until 3 months before the election. Then they put a few dollars in there and send people right. This is how the country is being run. The ID card system has been shut off for 9 months. The system, 9 months. Close out your parting comment.
Thank you. And that's part of justify my own a point I was trying to push that it's not possible that we're going to extend to Liberians living in the diaspora to participate into our democracy by voting. It's unfortunate that we cannot. We ought to do it. Other countries, few are not. Even those countries that are richer than Liberia in terms of budget, their budget strength, are not doing it because it required huge logistical burden, if you will. Now, back home in the country, we've not that organized in terms of we don't even have a systematic and well scrutinized process. We try to digitize the whole system to bring a biometric system so that, like, if you were to vote, basically you electronically enter the system in a database. So in terms of the time for collecting and reconciliation will be very less burdensome on those pool washers and electoral officers and political representations, individuals, and the rest of all of the actors in the election system. We haven't efficiently done that. We haven't put into place closed door hurdles that can greatly undermine, bring about elections credibility, if you will. So there's have to be sufficient job done in that direction. Now, back quickly to the identification issue. Now, the country just move on the basis of sentiment. We do things in a more half-baked manner, and the kind of a haphazard way we engage things, and that's the reason why they bounce back to us and they create some problem. Everywhere now, countries are deploying system to create this kind of a database and creating a biometric identification process. And with that biometric identification process, we cut across. And for us to have an effective electoral registration via a biometric system or electronic system, we will now first and foremost start from the National Registration Bureau. If that bureau is effective, efficient, and more or less very secure and encrypted, they're going to go a long way in protecting the national identification issue. That can also move to fighting crime, if you will. Because if folks are identified, sometimes you run the system quickly, you call the name, you run, because the system we have to synchronize and basically align names. Let's say we have Sylvester Pewee. I don't think if we have two Sylvester Pewee or Sylvester K. Pewee, Sylvester K. Pewee, there are ways that the system will push that this is this other Sylvester Pewee, this political new progressive Sylvester Pewee, right? So the system will identify who is Mr. Nagbe. So we've saved far from that. The reason is that government will always move to politicize things. The issue is not about us to be nationalistic to the country to do things and put into place system. The issue is about people want to get some political glory. You remember when the president came out, whole debate about outsourcing this, it brought kind of a quagmire of confusion and the rest of those things unfolding. So now we're in the total disorder of things now and the way things are unfolding. So I think we have to be very realistic on this and put all hands on decks and be bipartisan to this approach and show that the National Identification Bureau should not be politicized. It should be an institution of, an array of technicians deployed, competent technicians deployed to commit their jobs and do the job effectively, efficiently, and in line with national security. If we can do that, trust me, we can resolve this problem and potentially try to remove some of the hollows that have been stopping us from having this electronic biometric registration issue. It is not about imagination. I'm not speaking out of just guessing. I'm speaking out of things we've done because I was privileged to have done the survey with the labor survey with Legis and the World Bank. And so in some of that, part of that, we went through it trying to collect results and looking at the way we could deploy things, what methodology we use at the time. And some of the issues I raised. And we don't even have much calligrapher in the country. How can we now in the country, Mr. Gayman, quickly train calligraphers and to ensure that we map up our country in a more efficient way? And that's why we're facing some problem in the electoral system. How we draw threshold, it will give a problem. And people have Senator Kupi then no more. These were brilliant developmental economy we had that could put into place a system of threshold. And now the next election, there were the debate going to come. I will end here. The debate is now going to be, how do we get at the threshold? What number? The smaller counties, how are we going to apportion seat to them? It's going to be a serious problem we're going to have.
Wow. Yeah, but if you don't mind, if you don't mind,
no. 1 minute. Let me go to Johnny. Let Johnny close out because he gotta go. Yeah, Johnny, go ahead. You're closing.
Well, my closing is the leader of the state is the vision bearer. So the vision bearer is asking his or her followers about why we have not achieved in the last 3 years. Let's speak for to our system. Because if the vision bearer is not the one that's leading the course of leadership, the course of things in the country, but he or she is asking his followers, his lieutenants or her lieutenants, that why haven't we succeeded to get these things done in 3 years, and we don't have any investment. I mean, I hope Liberians are thinking. You know, I hate to say this, but Liberia being the country and the continent with the lowest IQ, these are all some elements that contribute towards these things. We don't see these things as issue in kind of election. How can you elect a person as a leader who doesn't have a vision? And instead trying to drive, instead thinking what to do. We've gone 3 years, right? If the leader is asking his lieutenants about why haven't we brought an investor here, or why aren't we investor here, who should lead the investment climate? Who should be out there in the foreign space, identifying people that come invest? So who's the vision bearer for Liberia? So I need that question to all of us here. Who is our vision bearer between now to 2029? Thank you.
Honorable Nagbe, we are talking about if the president of the nation in his cabinet meeting is frustrated that investment not coming, asking the folks why investment not coming, it says a lot.
It does. I think, you know, as a head, he has a lot of responsibility in creating the environment for investors to feel attracted to the country. The fact that he's asking that, I think, like you said, it says a lot. You know, I think it's a function of how we manage our resources back home. I keep saying that, and I'm not, you know, I'm not a genius. It's not rocket science. When you go out to lobby someone for assistance, they'll do their research on you and see how you manage your resources back home, and you know they'll feel either encouraged or discouraged to put out the resources for you. But again, you know, I don't think we're gonna get. I think we'll be hard pressed to think we're gonna attract any resources the way we spend our resources in our country. $900 million out of $1.2 billion, going to recurring expenditure. How much room do we have for development? And so everybody knows they give us money, we're gonna come back and then we declare a holiday and go and make jolly jolly. But coming back to the out of country voting thing, I understand my brother Sylvester Pewee looking at it through the lens of what he knows. But I think we should challenge ourselves and get out of our comfort zone, and imagine the possibilities. This is the age of technology. There are a lot of the whole purpose of technology is to make our way of life easy, the way we know it. And so I understand the way he's describing it. The way it is being done requires a huge amount of outlays of funding. I get that, and that's because we're doing it, the ancient way, the difficult way. I think there are a lot of smarter ways we can do this that will make it very cost effective. A lot of the countries, Jerry Rawlings and others, they figure out how to unlock the resources in the diaspora. Rawlings came here several times. The first 2 trips he made, he failed miserably. But eventually, he was able to convince Ghanaians to come back home and invest. Tomalin mentioned that. I don't know, the stats are not out yet for 2025, but 2024, our budget was 738 million. The diaspora sent home over 800 million, more than the budget of the Republic of Liberia. I think there's something that there should be something, there that could benefit the country. And I think part of the reason is that we are not a part of our decision making, and the people are saying we want to be a part of our decision making, and it is obvious they're locking us out because they know we are not going to be the yes man, yes pa, thing that they do back home. We're not going to do that because I know when you and I finish talking, I can go to Wawa and buy my coffee and drink it. I'm going to ask you tomorrow to help me go to the Lapa Bido and eat something. So they know that, and we'll continue to pressure them. That's why they don't want to allow us to be a part of the decision making. But we will push. We will push. I'm happy that some of the politicians are joining the call. Thanks to Musa Asambelete, the CMC has proffered a bill, 4 pieces of instruments he put out, and I think the House has given the committee 2 weeks to look at them and come back. One of those being the out of country voting. We think there is a tremendous potential here that's in the diaspora. We want to be integrated into the Liberian decision making, the Liberian, politics. There's no reason why we're being disenfranchised simply because a bunch of guys, they want to continue to blindfold our people, make them beholden to them. Somebody was saying here, how much money the guys are taking, and I'm telling you, $52 million, when you divide that by 103 person, that's almost $500,000 per person just for this one budget year. And each of these guys are in there for 9 years or so. You do the math. And yet, in that country, we have no electricity, we have no road, we have no hospital, we have no functional school, we got nothing. And a bunch of greedy, no good people sit over there over the budget, and they continue to pillage, and they don't want us to talk about it. So we're not going to have it. We're going to do the best we can. We're going to pressure them. We're going to make it happen. So I know right now it's difficult to imagine, but we think it is possible, and we're going to push. We in the diaspora, we have to be a part of the decision-making process of Liberia because it's our country. We all belong.
Thank you. Robert, you are next.
I mean, I agree. I concur with everything Mr. Nagbe said. And I wanted to piggyback on where Sylvester ended. This is the reason why, Sylvester, I believe these conferences, the significance of these conferences are for. When you have these conferences, rather than having government institutions go up and give all these speeches that are irrelevant to how diaspora can actually be involved, you have these conferences and invite technical expert people who are skilled in specific areas that are needed. There are. I think we had the. I'm not sure if it was the Inspector General or someone was talking about a machine that is in Liberia, but they don't have folks who know how to use that, right? And so, if there are things that are needed in Liberia to elevate the conversation, to start implementing what we are lacking, what is stopping the government from recruiting? What is stopping the government from recruiting people who are expert in those areas to go back home and train the relevant folks that need the training to get us to where we need to get? What is stopping them from doing that? There are this idea that we have a shortage on professionals. It doesn't suffice because there are people here that are willing to go back home to be a part of the process. The problem is we politicize every single thing. Just because someone support ANC and that person did not support the current administration, that person becomes enemy of the state. So we cannot take that. We cannot use the expertise of this Liberian, right? Because he did not support our government. No, it shouldn't be like that. Just because this person, everyone cannot support everyone. What we do in our country is suffering us. Our structure of government, our mindset of who needs to work where, it has become part of our problem because we are rewarding people in positions or with jobs that have not delivered. They have not delivered because they don't have the capacity. They don't understand their core responsibilities. And it starts with our representatives. It starts with our lawmaker. Every day we ain't got money. Every day the budget, we do have money, but we're not managing our money wisely. We're talking security. How much was in the budget for border control? How much was in the budget for border control? As opposed to how much we're giving to the speaker for entertainment. How much is in the budget for border control? All of the things we talk about, that's a problem. Road connectivity, healthcare, job, education. We are not funding appropriately. So we got to step back and say to ourselves, what is more important? Do we truly want development? And if we truly want development, then we've got to make some sacrifices. This is what pisses me off so much, that people expect diaspora Liberians, not just folks in America. They are technically gifted people in all areas in Rwanda, in Kenya, in the Ivory Coast, all over this country, all over this world. There are Liberians who can get certain things done. They are not being recruited. But people want these Liberians to go back home and sacrifice for their country. When politicians who have no expert in anything, They've been there for many years. They've made millions of dollars. If you see the homes of these politicians, you would think you were somewhere in Dubai or whatever. Look at their homes. Look at their homes. And then compare their homes with the homes of any of the constituents in Liberia. Compare that. So we got to put things in perspective. Are we in this for ourselves, or are we in this for the country? And if we're in this for the country, then we must invest in the country. We need to cut down on how much lawmakers make. We need to cut down on how much we're putting in the budget for entertainment. We need to make some cuts in areas. They said, show me your budget and I'll tell you what your priorities are. Our budget does not tell the full story as to how much we want development in our country. And until we change that, it's going to be some serious problem. So there is nothing that we're lacking, in my opinion, that we can't fix. Because if you don't have the training, you can always recruit a Liberian somewhere, pay that Liberian what he or she deserves, to go back home and train people in those areas. And so those people can, in return, train other people. That's how you build capacity. But we're not doing that. We're not doing that because we're selfish, because we don't care about the country, and we're unpatriotic. That's just the reality. And so we can continue to hope, but if we're not taking some drastic steps, the president asking about investors, and I'm glad the president has admitted that there's been a lack of investments in the investors in the country. Why are these investors not open to come? The president have attended all of these conferences, and he talked about Liberia being open for business. There is a reason why, even though Liberia is open for business, there's a reason why people are saying, wait a minute, is that environment conducive enough for me to invest my money? Am I going to get return on investment? These are questions that the government must address. What is going on? What is going on? What are some clues that we can take from the previous administration? Why is it that investors did not come under the previous administration? What did they get wrong? And how can we fix that to ensure that we are getting investors? Politics is easy. It's easy to campaign. It's easy to throw the other guy under the bus. But it's more difficult to lead. When given the opportunity, it's more difficult to lead when you don't understand the root causes of the issue, or if you do understand the root causes of the issue, but you're not willing to invest in those in fixing these issues. And so that's where we are.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. Tune in tomorrow. Our chief, the chief himself, will lead us out today, and we'll be back tomorrow. Tomalin, take us out.
Mr. Gayman, first of all, let me talk about your party. That seat majority on left. Usually Republicans just win that seat easily, but now you're going to a runoff with a Democrat now. Nobody got 50% of the vote today. So a Trump-backed candidate going with another Democrat in April to fill that seat. That's not good sign for the Republican Party. In Georgia, a red district is a problem. But let's move on.
Listen, stick with your problem in Liberia. Forget about our own here.
But on another note, I'm troubled by this guy or Representative Enders. He invested a whole lot of money in Liberia, and they broke his clinic to the
on purpose, the school and everything. I saw that.
To be frank with you, it's saddening. I don't know what people doing about that stuff, but the way they go about it, the demolition is concerning. After the man was serving over 500 kids that were born in the hospital alone, being going back and forth. It's so sad, very sad, very sad. And then one of the things on my mind is that the Supreme Court, when they had a tenor, their opening yesterday, so the Supreme Court Chief Justice, he broke down what they call free speech. What that man said, we shouldn't take it for a joke. That means you curse anybody, and you curse somebody in that country, they can hold you in contempt, they can do something to you. Because the man broke it down. It's a serious thing, though. I'm not taking it for a joke.
I mean, saying that, no, it's not. It makes no sense. That's not why he did. It makes no sense whatsoever.
I can't be. The man broke that thing yesterday and opened a channel court. And what he said is troubling, it's concerning. We should not think about a joke. The man said that you have limitation to your right. and if you do it, you go to. I mean, he broke it down. So I hope people are watching and listening. Because
that man just a power drunk, stupid justice.
Because it's concerning. That means if an official of government, if you just say you corrupt, maybe you corrupt, they can who you condemn and put you in jail for nothing.
Oh yeah, that one is right. When you say somebody corrupt, you have to prove it.
Yeah,
but I can look at you. I think that man's stupid. He ugly and he white.
But for what you said yesterday, he can bring people to court and they can put you in jail.
But then he be prepared to carry more for the court.
Yeah, but so
and more for the jail. And then probably he want to bring war to bring rubber war again. I country.
It's concerning. We just spend a whole day, maybe next week or sometime this week to talk about that thing. I meant you
got an incompetent man. I can go drink high liquor. I can't talk Tony here. You take serious.
Oh man, be careful. Anyway, tomorrow, you know.
Let's get in touch with it. We get a lawyer. We can get a lawyer to come.
Yeah,
I know our friend, your friend that you invited last time was
No. Please bring no, because I don't want us to waste that gentleman time. He's too. I want us to bring a lawyer who is part of the Liberian Bar Association in Liberia. Let them come on the show.
They won't.
They
will not do it.
There's most of the lawyer. You saw Jerome Gayman human lawyer.
You mean, but I'm trying to show you now.
You saw Jerome human lawyer.
So what the one thing is that the entire judiciary have become so inferior power.
They are. Yeah.
To the extent that we cannot check the
October 24, 1916, I was passed. Tomorrow's a day celebrating National Generation Day. So,
way back 80.
But listen, guys.
Tomorrow will be going to our loved ones' graves in Liberia. Will be celebrated.
Right. Tomorrow is Memorial Day. Memorial Day. But listen. Some people thought when the Supreme Court Chief Justice was speaking yesterday, they thought it was a mistake.
My mistake.
The man said Joseph Boakai is the Supreme Court Chief Justice. He said Joseph Boakai is the Chief Justice. He introduced him as Honorable Joseph Yuma Boakai, Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. People thought it was a mistake. Because Joseph Boakai is one in the same. He runs because once that thing they call a basic. Bese is a Joseph Boakai stand in. Just like when Ellen Johnson wanted to run the Ministry of Finance, you brought Garguah or Kamara people who had no clue. And she was running the ministry from her house. It's the same thing. Joseph Boakai wants to run the Supreme Court, so he brought.
But that's something that's like a second.
Jerome, I forgot something.
You want to go to Nagbe debate? Going to now?
How can you say I'm out doing it?
Yeah. Thank you. You know, Tomalin, I wrote it down, but I forgot. You know, at the guys in Monrovia tomorrow there will be assembly at the Graveside of Garguah.
But that CMC thing I want to do now, you come back.
We're talking about what are you talking about?
So anyway. Let me thank the guys in Liberia. You know, Blamo Nelson is there. You know, Michael George, the rest of them. Edo Foley. Tomorrow there will be a assembling at the gravesite of Garguah Matthews to go and clean up the place and just pay homage to the father of multi-party democracy in Liberia.
So, salute him.
Let me thank you guys for doing that. I hope they'll send some photos and maybe we can.
We'll push it.
Yeah, and now that Sylvester brother, happy 1 year anniversary to the CMC. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm done.
Oh, congratulations, CMC! 1 year. Wow.
1 year. Yes.
Any update? Any update on the CMC show? You started out or away? What update?
Don't worry about it. Ladies and gentlemen, anything other announcement?
Let's see the song, man. CMC.
Coming in, George, you got any announcement?
I'll finish. We'll play the song here tomorrow.
On Monday we have.
Listen, is the CMC? Is the
CMC on Friday? Any message?
We're not here for the CMC. We're making our announcement.
Yeah. On Monday we have Councillor Yekula will be our guest, and then on the 20th we'll be talking about the lady on Autism Week. Autism, and then the mine director for the airport will be our guest either this week or next week, and it's huge. So you'll talk about the safety, what they have done to improve our air safety, and I'm interested because we travel a lot of Liberia, so wonder how the airport is. What they need development at the airport.
You better tell him not to scare us here because
no. At least we okay in terms of we got all the navigation systems in place. When you leave in,
let me tell you this.
We don't need the road to be done. When the road is done,
listen, I was on SM Brussels. They said we land in Monroe at 11 o'clock. I almost pee in my pants from Severino.
Wow.
The policies are good.
The thing that happened the time that there was just some kind of a mistake, also blown on the part of management, to be frank. They got this machine, they got at the time when they were not using the EDC, they have two machines, one standby and other thing. Now you have the EDC and the machine will pick up in between 1 to 2 seconds. It's about in 30 seconds to a minute. Boom, they change and update about. I think it ain't going many. I think that is stepping them now. So I mean, it's good. You can trust me. You can. And beyond that, they got a system that they deploy. And I just, if there were no current, those lights illuminates around the runway for a period of almost 25 to 30 minutes. Right. So anytime for emergencies, so they can absorb the current and just bring it for emergency landing for plane to land. So I mean, the airport is safe. What we need now is to get the road done and consistently fix our jet bridge because it's troubling. The recently again getting on air Brussels, you got to be holding your carry on, kind of like the jet bridge need to be done. I mean, that's the amount, and that's the main question I'm going to be asking. Why we have a jet bridge? Don't we only have two, but we don't use them. One is always there, but always down. Why? That's my question to him. That's my only concern I have.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's do this tomorrow. God's willing, we'll be here, bring you the news and current event. Take care of yourself. As always, Liberia come first. We will say it. We will not lie. We'll quote our sources.
But Raul, they say you contested in the Marshall era? Is it Raul contesting, man? How you say Perry had to be three examples?
Oh, I see.
The best scared. The best scared. Guys, I'll see you tomorrow.
What's the best guy that did for?
I'll tell you this, man. Everybody said, oh, you so like,
at that time, you're going to travel a meeting with Ellis Cummings. Are you in the way?
It says, the man say, Papa, go my head and do the
yeah, man, Robert.
No.
We won't be
we saw Cummings, man. We saw Cummings on Saturday, man. We got to talk about how close to that one.
Y'all saw Cummings?
Yeah, we saw Cummings.
That's when you see one of Liberia of four bright multi-millionaires, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was a good meeting. Man, you saw Cummings?
Tommy was in his mini suite from the downtown Atlanta.
Hey, good Robert Garguah.
Man, in a ministry in our phone. Was that a compliment from the political leader?
No, man.
A compliment to
from TCA's International Salary who celebrated on City One there, man.
Was it a compliment for the incoming lawmaker in
yeah.
Just one Marshall.
I'll see y'all later, man.
Johnny, when you going to look for Johnny?
I'm going to look for on Thursday, and maybe I will join y'all on the program, maybe from Soso or I want to join y'all from Pewee home in Yella. I want y'all to be there and join the show.
I'll be there. I'll be there June.
Don't go there. Don't go to Foya.
No, why would I go to Foya?
Listen. That whole thing today, WFM, right? That whole thing that unfolded today. The real thing is that some of our then try to do other things. They're using the product machine there. They want to do some massive project in that place. So the way they're going about getting the same from the Guineans are concerned. So we just process the thing today, and we didn't understand the whole line. The real story behind that thing is that Fala then doing business in the area, so the Guineans raised concern.
I see why Fala I come out with that. Okay, I see why Fala.
Yeah, the Guinean raised concern, other thing. But I thought what should have done when the Guinean brought this in, they should have discussed with the Ministry of Mines and Energy to move in and discuss the policy here and discuss their counterpart. Do it to a diplomatic note. Write to Conakry. Write the Foreign Ministry, explain to the Foreign Ministry to extend, to convey this sentiment to the Guinean Energy Ministry to tell them that, hey, on our border with the water there, the intent is just to get sent to do some construction in Foya. It's not for any mineral purposes, but we are therefore seeking your own intervention to see if there's any mineral there. There's no mineral. It's just for the purpose of saying, if you were to do that, they got the understanding, then they will tell you how you're going to go about it, because you have to do the money in a way.
You'll be surprised. One day you hear say from one Pete Damo in our water, where they put money saying you don't believe it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Maybe maybe they're gonna maybe they're what they find inside how they carry machine.
Let me tell you one thing, Pewee. I've seen Damo operating Jungle Jeans to tar the whole river every dry season. He's to block the entire river, block it and open different channel in our Westward area. We will close that place and bring the front end rollers and backhoe, because the river has a lot of teachers.
2014, I went to hit now the area in Bapalu.
No, that one Bapalu one again when he opened recently.
Okay, I mean, I went at 2014.
The one Bapalu, that one I got small thing. I mean, the actual things to do before, like in the Westward area where they got Lofa Bridge or Lofa River, follow up towards Westward. Westward between two creeks, Wegbini and Wegbutu. Then beyond Wegbini, the next water there is a Lofa River. Then further down, going towards Seleke Kromah, the Lofa River also. So the old man used to tie that water, my brothers, tie it and divert it in different direction.
How you put water? Hey, Johnny, how you put that water?
Hey, man, listen, now you don't know the technique. Now, here is what happened, yeah, right? Okay, maybe the water you see is ordinary water, right? What happened is that during the dry, the water reduces in the river at some point. So what they do is he will open a channel, different channel. There's a particular spot you want to operate from. Open a different channel and read the other water around the other side to connect. Then that area will be the deprived water coming in there. Then all the ditches in that river, those various potholes you find in the river, that's where the backhoe or the front end loader goes and just pick the sand from in there and carry it on shore to the machine and start watching. Look, I went to that place. I was doing research with one Chris Blackman, right? And when the front end loader takes the sand from in the river, you see women and children with fennel with things on the front loader. That every day that drives from the machine, they assume that Damo is in it. And of course, while we're there, people will come and go wash the sand and come with Damo to Jungle Gene for Jungle Gene to buy from them. I'm telling you. So the likelihood is that river could have, a Damo, because Damo easily found in river like that, especially at the end of the river. I'm understanding you usually find it there. But the only thing is that maybe
the mental road. I get that water.
Oh, but I mean, that's the ordinary water you can use. That's the ordinary water. What you say? You block the water.
How you get water?
So listen, because you see, you're not live in rural part. Even like us, we're in rural communities. Listen now. Let me let you know.
I'm a travel man. I'm a travel man, so I know all that thing.
No, I'm saying I'm not saying it's not through any kind of spiritual magical way. No, when they're doing the dry time, it happens during the dry. When water is reduced in the water of the river or the creek, whatever, and that water has some valuable thing you want to do, you can even, like for us, time for pitching, right? You go to the tap, you cut palm branches, palm trees, and other trees, other sticks, you block the water away and divert water to a different location. So that particular space that you block water coming from, you can do what you want to do in that area. You can fish in, or you can do other things in there. So in the same case with the mineral issue on the river, Jungle will bring heavy equipment machines, right? And moving equipment. They will dig a channel that will break away from the river so the water can direct it, can go in a different location. Then they will bring materials, sand, rocks, and things, and other materials to block the water from coming in its regular water.
Oh, okay. So
So in that space, maybe in the space of about maybe the 50 or 100 meter space of that waterway is where he want to mine from. And that way they will do the mining in the waterway, but they'll do mining. As long as he's okay with that area, if that place is depleted of Damo or whatever, then open the way or leave it on the raising can. Or raising can, water get filled from the tap, it will break the barrier that was built, and then the water go back into its water. That's what normally they will do there in our Lofa River. That's what Jogonji normally they do in the dry tap. Transiting, he would just create
in that.
No, he's alive. He's in Bapulu.
For true?
The last time I went to do the Ebola, when I went for Ebola awareness in the Bapulu area in that place called Bokumu, that's where we met him. There's a camp he opened called Chenguji Camp. And we're going to what Bele Yala way, somewhere that he had paid open the camp.
I visited his camp in 2014 and some part of 2015. It's beyond the town, very big town there. They call when you pass, they call Bayama.
Yes,
Bayama is the biggest town. The camp is there. You went to his camp. He's there, just sitting. Pape, just there, and you see him. He's very honest.
He still got money.
But who will be no kind of thing? Of course, but then he went down a bit. But he got money. But you don't see the money on him. You don't use
what happened?
I mean, when you see he said, they tell you say that somebody can hold real money, you will never believe it. Ugly looking Pape.
But Pewee, you know, when we did that interview with him around, I think it was 2009. And I told me an interesting story. I come and say, oh boy, I was small when I went to Congo. He said that way he got a first experience about Mira Bene in Congo in Zaire. Right? He said in Zaire. And something happened there. And they deported him with, I will only close out on him. Because I think there was some mirror and I think I went on the something went on for the name with Mira Bene. They deported him. He came to Akindos. I think around here was praying for. If I can't get the story straight, that he came by and went straight to the Diamond Man. He said, way back, his parents saying to live in one Congo man.
But he fought the war with Taylor, right?
Yeah, but he was there. He was there doing the mirror Bene. I
want to tell man.
Well, he was one of the person that need to move money for Taylor.
Yeah, he was there. He was in Westwood. I mean, Lofa Bridge when the war and they met him there. He didn't run away from Westwood Bridge. He was doing a mirror business there when the war met him. And the high just became part of the activity. You know, so when we talked with old man Selo, I think it was around 10, 14 when he went to go live with some people in Monrovia, some Congo people. And when the news broke up about this mineral I think in the 50s or 60s in Westwood, that's how he left the family he was staying with to go hustle, to go there. He said ever since he ran from that family and went to the diamond mine in Alofa area, that Bomi and Kemau, Bapulu area there in that area, he had been there all along until he's old now. So he said, oh, well, I didn't go to school, but I know mineral business, I know Damo. He said, meet the Damo. He said, oh, boy, I ain't got nothing idea about Damo. He said, I know Damo better than anybody. He said, I know Damo. I know how to find Damo. You imagine during the war, the man said he left, he went to Bonkande infinitely. He went in this prospecting there, he started doing Damo business in Bonkande infinitely. You know what I'm saying? Surprisingly, yeah, infinitely in Bonkande, the road, when you get Batala, is the road from Batala going all the way in, and you can even get by the Grand Basso to the Wukiam area or Kenwu, somewhere there. He went there again, started doing prospecting, he started to do diamond business in that region of Bonkande. So the woman say he understand the terrain, he understand the, how you call it, sir? He understand the bush, as you know, in the ordinary world, but he understand the vegetation.
So he lives in Lopa, right?
The man live in a camp.
He lived all along.
It's a makeshift house.
When he goes somewhere, he established, he does a sampling or some investigation, and you realize that there's Damo in that area. Whatever the public doesn't build anything decent, just touches and trees, just only makes
they build it with touch. More they build the place low, very low. They build it low, then they top it. They use the mud and top them.
The man knows a soldier here from that planet. How you going to build it extra there? Once a man realize that.
When I got it out there too, I see we want to research. We just came to see how the country opposite people are involved in illegal money from the neo progressive and other things. He said, "No, yeah, I can always hear you on the radio. They put open the paper, I will read it. I can hear you so now all the time." Then he called the guy like the build him, the guy. He called Shake the Bush. Shake the Bush.
Let me shake the bush.
And the guy, I want to hear operation, man, shake the bush. The man can go. The man I can control most of the men are money. The man operation will go checking on them to make sure after the day well, the man I will go check them. To make sure nobody do anything, how any of the thing that will collect.
Well, the thing about old man Pewee, that old man, The old man said he understands the diamond fee, like the Kwarabola in the fee. That's why his fee is always crowded. You know, because he knows people will steal. So he made a place in a way that if you even hustle diamond from a fee, you can't sell anywhere you bring it to bar because he will always give you some kind of leverage, some opportunity.
Yeah, the way he treat them, yeah.
So you can treat them, you treat them like Kwarabola, like you treat them like he and they say, but man, I
but what I want to know, what they can do with money, because you don't see it on him.
Oh, now the man there now, how he living his life? That man have been all along there, and the fact is, nobody feeding him, he owe nobody. Sometimes
you don't even know it, because when you see that, you were that thing that one village champion, he had his short pants, he looked that way, he turned it up. But because when we had when we approached, went to him, I said, I said, no, man. I didn't man, we yell to the all the time. I said, what I
got man got old boy.
He married? He probably married?
Oh, probably got none, but he got women there with him.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, he got
but then like your tradition, why you don't get wives too? Wives.
We got wives.
But who are you? Or why you not part of it? So you know
Liverpool, their tradition, you get wives.
How about the Barca people?
No, we don't do that. We don't do that.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
No, we don't do that.
Who told you that? How many wives Lankawa has?
Lankawa? You got one woman. But I think
Tomalin,
but in like traditionally that Liverpool, how many wives?
That polygamous life is not your unique to one time in Africa. It's all Africa.
Unique to you mostly in Liberia.
So probably somebody is openly telling us now that he had not been following the Barca tradition very closely.
Yeah, seriously.
So all the Barca, he had not been following the Barca tradition. He had not been following the Barca tradition.
Yes. Oh man, listen.
Oh man, look. Chief Zonga. And go back to Roa says. Go back to what's it?
No, but honestly,
Gayegazwa time, right?
When it comes to our tradition, like bro, the fears are the one that move.
I'm coming. Probably you're not
going because
go back and read about Chief Gayegazwa.
You are Europeans.
The Omer told me about one story about I didn't forget the chief. He called me from Grand Basso County. That chief had 16 wives. 16. Leave that. So traditionally, if it came to tradition, most of those traditional people, both across the country, there's no. I don't see the county that don't practice that properly. I may not know, maybe some in the southeast that I may not know of, but most of the counties they practice that. But again, we that are not traditionalists, we're not. So don't expect that Omer is living the way he lives. He practicing tradition and other things like what he does, and he in that part of the area, and that's what he's doing, right? So he said it closely. He said he got a lot of women and other things. So and he got plenty of children. But beyond that, in terms of the polygamous kind of a system is deeply entrenched into it is in Islam. It's not in Christianity. It is culturally in Islam. It's accepted. It is not accepted in Christianity. In the Christian doctrine.
They were Christian or Tamatera were Christian?
Tamatera was a traditionalist.
But was he a Christian or Muslim?
He was traditionalist. And so one thing we missed that we got Christians. No Christian will marry more than Tamatera had a lot of wives. So I'm saying to you repeatedly that he was traditionalist. Now, so our culture provide for that. We have Muslim, we have Christian, we have the Baha'i. These are different religions. We have the Baha'i, the Jehovah's Witnesses, and other denominations, right? So we have those
because of
Tamatera was a Bodio.
Right? My grandfather was a Methodist, but he never desisted from his cultural practices. Right?
No. He was not there. I would debate that with you. Your grandfather was not a Methodist. He was not a Christian. A Christian would not indulge into marrying three or more than one wife.
We should not discuss. We should not look. Listen to me.
I'm not here to crucify anybody on what line. If you are to declare officially,
people tell you what happened, right? the Methodists, the Baptists, the Episcopalian, the Lutheran, and the Catholic. One minute radically. When those 5 churches came to Liberia, they did not condemn anybody way of life. I was in the Catholic Church. I was serving as an altar boy in Fonjima.
It's not a issue of condemning life.
One minute.
It's what the Bible says.
No, I'm none of them. Right. That listen. When I graduated from the Poro, right? The 4 other were altar boys. I went to the Poro and graduated. We came back. The father brought us in the church. They even commemorated. They had a program for us in the church, right? As graduate from the Poro, right? And had a big program for us. And we stayed in the Catholic Church. And I was still serving as altar boy in the church up until I left from Lofa in Morovia.
But
Johnny,
there were members
of the church who were in the church, right? That had more than one wife. Even even the catechists. One of my granduncle, my grandmother's small brother, catechists. I'm telling you that those churches did not tell anybody don't live the way you living. They never stopped anybody. They never did.
Anyway, the Bible says Abraham how many wives?
Man, I don't want to go to Abraham business because they'll get confused on top of Abraham business.
Yeah. So the Bible says so that's not. But what I was trying to say to you, the Poro society is not an evil society.
No, but most society
is an educated. It's not an evil society.
They go to church, they preach against the Pentecostal churches. They go to church,
the Pentecostal churches that will preach against the Poro society. I mean, because nothing evil is done in the Poro society.
Because you're from there, I'm from there. Don't from outside.
Nothing evil is done in the Poro society. Yeah, I went to the Poro society.
Yeah, but my society is different from yours.
What else society? Which one is that?
The Bible society is different from yours.
The what?
The Bible society is different from yours.
What it mean?
What it mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
He don't even know the Bible book.
Wait a minute.
What it mean?
Tomalin on the show. Tomalin on the show.
Where are you talking to, Pewee?
What's the mean?
For
instance, let me say this to you. In Lofa, we have the Poro society.
Yeah.
For the men, we have the Sunday is across. Let me go back to the men. We have the Poro society. We have something called the Monigi. We have Money. Different sort of them.
If I start from Poro first. Poro is a general education.
Yes.
Poro, you are general. You are now introduced to the word.
The Bible called the senior Poro. The senior called the senior.
I am calling. Don't get nothing when it comes to that. Don't get nothing. No, we have the best tradition, the best tradition in the whole country. We got it from Lofa. We start the business and the Kehleboe along with the Kehleboe people, and then we try to extend it to Nimba and other things. But we got the best. Kehleboe people.
Before we go, in the Southeast, right? One thing in the Southeast, it may not be the same practice we got in Lofa, right? In the Southeast, if you go to time, wire, right? Especially in Maryland area, in the rural community, it's like the way when we're bringing our prime master in town, and if you're not a member, you stay out. I gave one experience. I went to Grand Jida. I went to a place called Flat Town, all the way near Ivory Coast border. And I arrived that evening. I didn't meet the town chief, but some people received me. I was sitting on to the town chief came to give me a place to stay. That evening, I think around 8 or 9, then I heard something sound in the town. Even though the language barrier, I was speaking Kran, but I could understand that something of what I know from Lofa was happening in the town. So I got started in the place. So the young man came to the door. He said, "Oh, my man, gotta close the door. Our prime master, our traditional." I hate to use the word devil because it's a white man trying to make all those stupid and calling our activity devil. So I don't use that word. I try I give it a better name because it had better meaning to me, right? So I said, okay, what's that? He said, man, okay, I said, no problem. I sat down. But Pewee, just as we sound, right? Pewee, just as we sound and do things, the same thing I saw in the Crown People area in Nagbe, that's Konobo district, all the way there called a Flat Town. So after the people passed, they went to everything. They came back to me. They came back and said, my man, thank you for respecting us, but we think you understand what we're doing. I said, I know. I mean, I'm from Lofa. They said, oh, from Lofa? I said, yeah. They said, but then we are one. We may not do the same thing we do, NOPU, as you know, but we all have the same orientation in terms of men being put into a certain place at a certain time.
My question is, before the war, right? Before the war, we went to after the war, yeah. After the war was before in the 90s. a place called Mawa District in Bong. When they were on the football field, the beginner say, "Is that some noise? Is that you're gonna noise home?" He say, "People, you are going there." I say, "What?" He say, "You see no? What matter?" The beginner got them, "I'm going there." He say, "You are going there." The beginner say, "The person say maybe you better go. They will kill you." What are you killing me for? They put me. I left the field out there. I had to join our battle society too. So I'm sorry, man.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Congratulations. Mama, you're good here. Let me go rest.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother to implement it. You will bypass me and do different things. I been keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
A good person in a whole United Party that President Bouatta. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouatta. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouatta, if all of them were thinking the President Bouatta and behaving the President Bouatta, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or still any student that because of their action, it will be the day the entire Garguah administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Garguah administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Garguah administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouatta can lie, a government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. You know, they put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaicum, young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaicum, the major went to, I forget that Jamaicum, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Liberia. When Liberia,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, big road, all kinds of dollars. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, yearly Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talks about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, John Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you, Yah.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.